Pass. Welcome to the stream, everyone. This is the last day of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We have a mixed doubles day. Right now we have 3-5 on the court right now, but we have the mixed open class that just got started a little while ago, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of that on the live stream today. I have a few viewers on right now, so if you want to share share the link with anyone that you know likes to watch some pickleball.
Seconds up. 0-0-2. Point. One, 0-2. Side up. 0-1-1. Seconds up. 0-1-2. Point. 1-1-2. Side out. 1-1-1. Second serve. 1-1-2. Side out. 1-1-1. Second serve. 1-1-2. I'll recall the score. 1-1-2. Point. 2-1-2. Point. 3-1-2. Side out. 1-3-1. Second serve. 1-3-2. Side out. 1-1-2. 3-1-1. Point. 4-1-1. Second serve. 4-1-2. Side out. 1-4-1. Second serve. 1-4-2. Side out. 4-1-1. Second serve. 4-1-2. Side out. 1-4-1. Second serve. 1-4-2. Point. The ball was out. Two, 4-2. Side up. 4-2-1. Point. 5-2-1. Football, right foot. Second serve. Oh, sorry. Correction. Point. 6-2-1. Second serve. 6-2-2. Side out. Second serve. 6-2-2. Side out. 2-6-1. Point. 3-6-1. Point. 4-6-1. Foot ball, right foot. Point. 5-6-1. Point. 6-6-1. Point. 7-6-1. Second serve. 7-6-2. Side out. 6-7-1. Second serve. 6-7-2. Point. 7-7-2. Side out. 7-7-1. Second serve. 7-7-2. Point. 8-7-2. Point. 2. Point. 10-7-2. Side out. 7-10-1. Point. 8-10-1. Second serve. 8-10-2. Foot ball, right foot. Point. Foot ball, right foot, and it's their point. 9-10-2. Side out. 10-9-1. Point, game, match, 11-9.
All right, stay tuned. We have some more matches coming up. We'll be here live streaming all day. We'll see if we have a mixed open coming up on this court. I'll let you know as soon as I find out. All right, until we get another match going on the center court, I'm going to switch it over. Here's a mixed open match going on in the corner here, court 7. Just keep it on that for a little bit.
Serve, receive, and defer. Over here. Serve or receive. So I have Ruhi and Dylan are serving from this end.
All right, we have a mixed open match coming up here. We have the Clemmers, which I'm sure everybody locally knows, playing Team Shah. Troy and Kristen had a bye, so this is their first match. And Team Shah won their first round to get to this match. So stay tuned, we'll be starting up shortly.
have Shaw and Shaw, servers Clemens and Clement. Game 1, time in. 0-0-2. Side out. 0-0-1. Second serve. 0-0-2. Side out. 0-0-1. Second serve. 0-0-2. Side out. 0-0-1. Second serve. 0-0-2. Side out. 0-0-1. Point. 1-0-1. Second serve. 1-0-2. Point. 2-0-2. Side out. 0-2-1. Point. 1-2-1. Second serve. 1-2-2. Side out. 2-1-1. Point. 3-1-1. 4-1-2. Side out. 1-4-1. Second serve. 1-4-2. Side out. 4-1-1. Second serve. 4-1-2. Side out. 1-4-1. Second serve. 1-4-2. Side out. 4-1-1. Second serve. 4-1-2. Point. 5-1-2. Point. 6-1-2. Side out. 1-6-1. Point. 2-6-1. Point. 3-6-1. Second serve. 3-6-2. Side out. 6-3-1. Point. 731. Second serve. 732. Side out. 371. Point. 471. Second serve. 472. Point. 572. Side out. 751. Point. 851. Point. 951. Third. 952. Side out. 591. 8-9-1. Second serve. 8-9-2. Point. 9-9-2. Point. 10-9-2. Point game, 11-9. Timeout, change ends.
All right, game one goes to the Clemmers. They look like they're in trouble for a bit, but just coming off the bye. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get things going, but Team Shaw definitely looks like they have some game. Let's see if they can pull one off here and go to a game three. We'll be starting back up in a second. Side out. Zero, 2-1. Second serve. 0-2-2. Side out.
serving. Troy is serving. Four zero two. Side out. Zero four one. Second serve. Four zero two. Side out. Four zero one. Second serve. Four zero two. Point. Five zero two. Point. Six zero two. Point. Timeout receiver, 7:02, 1 minute. Point. Eight zero two. Side out. Zero eight one. Second serve. Zero eight two. Point. 182. Side out. 811. Second serve. 812. Lloyd. Nine one two. Side out. 191. Lloyd. 291. Second serve. 292. Side out. 921. Lloyd. 1021. Second serve. 1022. Side out. 210-1. Second serve. 210-2. Lloyd. 310-2. Lloyd. 410-2. Side out. 10-4-1. Second serve. 10-4-2. Side out. 410-1. Second serve. 10-4-2. 10-4-1. Point game match, 11-4.
All right, so took Clemmers a little bit of time to get on a roll, but they managed to win in 2. And Team Shaw will try to work their way through the consolidation bracket. They were a good team, put up a good fight, and I'm sure they will do well trying to work their way through. We'll have another match coming up here shortly. I'll look for another match going on another court that I can put it on until we get another one on main court. that's game one. Brandon and Hannah wind up on top. Anyone that knows Brandon locally, he was on fire on that one. See if Roger and Taylor can stop him on the second game. I'm sure they'll make some adjustments. And we'll have game two coming up shortly. This is the winners bracket still, so it's best out of three. Starting again shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. In the midst of game number 2 of a high-level matchup here in the the Open Division of Mixed. Taylor Hartman and Roger Mosteller dropped the first game pretty decisively to Hannah Nussbaum and Brandon Fritz, and working their way back here in game number 2. This is a potential finals matchup as a ball up there. Roger wishes he had that one back, I suppose. Pickleball world kind of insular in that way that, you know, the matchups, everybody's pretty familiar with each other. As Taylor Hartman playing with that new Gen 4 paddle from Yola and has been absolutely murdering the ball the last week or so. And Roger's no stranger to being able to hit hard as well. Good defense there. And Hannah just a little aggressive as that one goes long. But to finish that point from before, Hartman and Fritz, longtime mixed partners, had a lot of success, and unlucky there, kind of went off the brim of her hat. She had that thing turned backwards, actually, probably ball would have went out. So that's just unfortunate. Roger Mosteller, his background, tennis background, and another ball long there from Fritz. Roger actually was a Marine, and upon getting out of the Marine Corps at, I believe, age 23 or 24, played tennis at the College of New Jersey, and he's kind of been here ever since. His lovely wife, Christina, actually was also the #1 player at TCNJ at the time. That's how they met. Good defense there from Roger. And Roger getting a little bit of a laugh there as, is that him? So, (4-8-2) from Nussbaum. Patience of the open level competition is just high level stuff there, and the ball is just even a little bit up. You see the kind of power that gets generated. Roger's such a meticulous player, but going after Brandon there, and again, they have a little bit of a chuckle. That not necessarily would be the case between people that don't know each other as well as these two do. That's the kind of thing that might get you in a little bit of trouble, but not so much here in this match. And well, unlucky there, or lucky, depending on which side of the court you are rooting for. These two team in, and again, they're off the tape from Roger Mosteller. This was one of the matchups, I think, as you looked at the draw, that you circled and said, okay, if this comes to fruition here, the likelihood that the winner of this match has a pretty good path towards Kristen and Troy Clemmer, who are always tough. They had a bye first round. And the tape giveth and taketh away there. So Nussbaum just a little unlucky on that play. Great ATP defense there from Nussbaum. And again, just maybe a little too conservative from Hartman. what a great initial set of digs from Fritz. You see the type of power that Hartman can generate with that paddle, and Brandon really doing everything that he can to keep them alive, but ultimately Mosteller's power just a little bit too much. Game number 2, potentially 3 in the winner's bracket open. And an unfortunate and unlikely miss from Brandon Fritz there. Taylor Hartman serving right now. She took gold yesterday in the open division with Lindsay Thiong. And Roger Mosteller also took gold in the open as he battled back. They both teams did kind of battled back through the open division after kind of being in the losers bracket. Took 2 out of 3 to force a 1-game-to-15 and ended up winning that. Oh, great counter there from Hartman. Just kind of, she loves sitting in the middle with that two-hander, just ready to roll, and she was very ready for that ball and ended up body bagging her former partner. Mosteller went for the big serve there. And now it's 6-10. It's Nussbaum and Fritz trying to get a little bit closer. And, you know, Brandon did a really good job there of really closing in and putting some pressure on Roger. Forced that error into the net there. And just as you say that, Nussbaum leaves that one a little bit short on her third. So Fritz now at 7-10. And maybe a little trepidation there on that line call, but ultimately I think everybody agrees that ball was out. Great touch from Fritz on that drop. Hartman has that cut forehand dink that she likes to hit quite a bit, and trying to do that off of someone else's cut forehand dink, you know, got to hit it a little bit harder, and there it cost her. And then a return into the net, and just like that, Fritz and Nussbaum right back in this thing, and just a timeout from Hartman and Mosteller. We're at 10-10 here in game number 2 of potentially 3. Fritz and Nussbaum battle their way back. They already took game 1 in pretty dominating fashion, 11-1. And either way, I think this game, the second, has been a little bit more probably what we expected out of this matchup. 4 pretty competitive and even players. Kristen and Troy Klemmer just get started on court number 6 to the left of the match you're viewing here on your main screen. 10-10-2 here for Brandon Fritz as they've come back after being down in this second game. Good patience by everybody here. That's a great ball by Mosteller to send Fritz back over to his left. I think Brendan kind of expected Roger to play that ball into the middle, and when he did not, just that little bit of momentum shift you have to have. And that was a big point to get the serve back for Hartman and Mosteller. Oh, and just a really savvy play from Hartman, putting the ball away down the middle very calmly with the backhand, and now a game point for Hartman and Mosteller. Big serve from Taylor, and she's going to drive away at Hannah. Good job by Nussbaum. And Fritz just leaves it a little bit short, and that will put the capper on game number 2 of this big-time matchup in the Open Division, as Hartman and Mosteller have forced a game number 3. Take a break for a second as the teams take their break, and we'll be back hopefully with Eric Suggs joining me on the call as we get ready for game number 3. Hartman and Mosteller versus Nussbaum and Fritz. Welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Glock here with you as we're watching game number 3 of the Open Division Winners Bracket. Brandon Fritz and Hannah Nussbaum won game number 1 of this matchup convincingly 11-1, and Mosteller and Hartman evened it up. They are great defense as we begin the 3rd and decisive game. Ooh, and Hartman ready for that one, but left it just a little bit short. Great hands battle from these 4 talented players. You see the patience here of these players. You know, I think a lot of players, when you go out and play rec, you know, you're speeding balls up or you're hitting the ball as hard as you possibly can on a lot of these balls, and you just see that doesn't necessarily happen here in the Open. Number one, because they respect the heck out of the people on the other side of the net, because if you don't really get it the way you want it to, it's just going to come back to you maybe a little bit faster. And Fritz leaves that one a little bit short. So we're tied at 1 here early. And that's just a powerful drive down the middle from Mosteller as Fritz and Nussbaum try to unwind that stack on the receiving end. And that's one of the dangers of the full stack, is if you have power players there, and you saw it again as they try to unwind. Everybody's just kind of moving a little bit more than what they're probably used to, or no, I shouldn't say used to, but would want to be. And you know, when you're not set and you see it again there, that's 3 in a row. If I was them, I would stop unwinding this stack, because that has been the detriment of this pair for the last couple of points, is Hartman and Mosteller jump out to an early lead. Another good drive there from Hartman. Great D from Nussbaum. And Hartman just, again, sitting on that two-hander in the middle and teeing off with that Yola Gen 4. So a very early lead for Hartman and Mosteller as they've got everything they want as Nussbaum and Fritz try to unwind that stack. And you see the power of both Mosteller and Hartman coming into play there. And, you know, it's not all about power either. It's also about the placement of the drive, but certainly taking advantage of the odd score for Nussbaum and Fritz. My compatriot Eric Suggs standing here for reasons unknown without a headset on, trying to look at some things. Just looking things up for me, which I appreciate. He'll be joining me shortly. Certainly knows a lot more pickleball than I do. And at 5-1 there, a bit of luck for Fritz as he caught the tape. Hartman just almost got it back. Really great touch there from Hartman. Ball a little bit up, but an easy reset for Mosteller, and Nussbaum just puts that one in the net. Hartman and Mosteller rolling now here in game number 3. Good job from Mosteller to reset. Oh, out ball that Hartman wishes she had back. You see the big smile from Taylor there. And finally joined by my longtime compatriot, pickleball aficionado, 5-0 local legend Eric Suggs.
Happy to be here, Keith.
It's fantastic. Happy to have you. So I can stop talking to myself this entire time. Mosteller's patience and just making things difficult at the feet. And great job there from Hartman to let that one bounce.
Yeah, it is the little things, Keith. We see that at this level where even just letting that ball go out, right, rather than just getting too excited and hitting it, and then next thing you know, you hit an out ball, put yourself in a tough spot. Great judgment by Taylor.
Funny, you know, we talk about, you know, you get the hard ones, and then all of a sudden you leave an easy one up there. That was, what a great initial backhand dink from Mosteller out of the air, and then leaves one up for Brandon. This is going to sound potentially crazy. If I was Hartman and Mosteller, I would want them to, I almost would have wanted Nussbaum and Fritz to win another point there before they got the serve back because of how many problems they had on winding the stack.
Yeah, that is something you think about when you have your opponents on their second serve and they're currently, if you were to win that point and then they would have to be on the receiving end unwinding to really dig in and try to get it there. But of course, once they get back to even, not much you can do.
Pickleball evens itself out a lot of the time. We talked about Mosteller hitting the hard one and then, you know, missing one that was a little much easier. Nussbaum, same deal there, and another pop-up. Wow, what a dig to be able to keep this point alive. But a little too much there from Roger.
Yeah, and you know what they did too there? So Roger and Taylor had their opponents on their heels, and they were getting a lot of balls back, right? And you see sometimes people will go for the home run because the defense is so good, and then you end up hitting it out.
Right.
But they stuck with it. They didn't try to do too much, and that's what you got to do when you're the ones in control. Last thing you want to do is give an easy out to your opponents.
Timeout from Fritz and Nussbaum. And that's one of the things, you know, Roger Mosteller, one of the veterans, like literally pickleball veterans of the state of New Jersey here. And just, you know, if you know Roger at all, you know his personality, you'd say, all right, there's patience there, you know, and he's not somebody that's going to get overexcited and try to overhit. He'd rather, you know, take maybe 2 shots when some other guys would say, I'm going to hit the home run ball here. But he's got the power to hit the home run ball when the ball's up, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Roger is the definition of a cerebral and balanced player, right? It's one of the kind of things you say, all right, well, what does Roger do well? And you kind of go, well, just about everything.
Yeah. Not a lot he doesn't do well.
Yeah, exactly.
And for a guy who is as big as Roger is, too, to have the kind of touch that he does. It is, we were just getting confirmation of the score. It is 8-2. They just forgot to switch at 6. I was actually a little confused. I'm like, oh, are we playing a 15 here? Hartman and Mosteller up 8-2 here in game number 3. Great drive from Taylor. Maybe that one a little too ambitious from the transition zone.
I saw the fire in her eyes. She thought about it. I think she thought she was going to get a slightly higher ball on her 5th shot, and Brandon had a nice 4th shot to keep it low enough, but she just said, I'm going all in.
Good job by Mosteller there to just keep it out of the reach of Nussbaum, who was looking to Ernie, and boy, that's so subtle, Eric. Just enough to keep yourself out of danger there, and it forced Brandon to come over, and the ball is a little short. 9-2 now for Mosteller and Hartman. Oh, just a little late there for Roger. Didn't turn it over.
Yeah, you can see his body language. He definitely wanted that one back. You saw they had a nice setup. It started with Taylor's dink that got behind Brandon, but couldn't put it away, unfortunately.
More great defense there, both from Mosteller and Fritz.
Dink rally in the works.
You see the use of the middle of the court, and what a great poach there from Fritz.
And, you know, on that point, I think what was evident is all these players on the court are so good, and the dinks are fast, the 3rd shot drives are fast, the ball is moving quickly, but you can see in their mind, they're moving slowly.
Yes.
Right? They're not making any rash decisions. They're not lunging at balls. They're calm. They're composed, which allows you to make the appropriate shots. Of course, easier said than done.
You saw something there, too, that I think is a bit of an advantage for anybody that plays with Roger as they unwind the stack. Roger's such a big body that he can control so much of the middle of the court, and I say that as he puts a ball a little bit long. But you know, the advantage there being he can control that middle until his partner is able to get to where they need to be. There's another ball that's up, but great defense from Hartman to keep them back in the point.
And although they didn't win it, you even saw some Brendan. He had that amazing Ernie. Hannah came over to fill that space because Taylor got that ball back. And Taylor, it was great defense, but of course, when she's being attacked like that, you can only do so much. But Hannah was there to cover it at least. Great dig by Hannah.
Big time. Hannah just got, you know, one of the initial rules that we teach you, you know, when you're starting on pickleball, get those feet set. Hannah just moving a little bit there, and it was one of those awkward height shots.
Yep, I think she was sitting backhand, and it got a little more on her forehand. That's why she kind of stuck her hand out. She knew where the ball was going, but it was too late when she recognized it.
Yep. That was an interesting decision to drop that ball. Roger ended up missing, but I think that's probably a little bit more what you'd expect, is to drive the ball at the returner there as they unwind. Just a little too much on that dink from Hartman. Gave Nussbaum a pretty easy ATP opportunity.
Yeah, and it looked like she knew it right away. She just put a little bit too much on it. Actually, she did slice it. She didn't even hit it with topspin, but the angle was just a little bit too sharp. Speaking of which, I think one thing is important to look at. When all 4 players are up at the kitchen, you can see the combination of dinks. Obviously, you're seeing forehands, you're seeing backhands, you're seeing two-handed backhands, you're seeing topspin rolls on the forehand, topspin rolls on the backhand, slices on the forehand, slices on the backhand, which all of those have a place and time of when you want to be more aggressive, less aggressive, and you get all of them from these players because they have all the shots. And it just shows the importance of practicing, drilling each type of shot so that you can use it in the appropriate time to gain that little bit of advantage that you're always looking for when you're up at the line.
Started talking before and got interrupted by a point of, the use of the middle of the court. And, I think for most rec players, as you play and you get pushed to a place where you're uncomfortable, to the edges, and sometimes you get caught up in thinking, I have to play this ball back across, and you do it to your detriment because it's such a hard play when you're stretched out, and you really see these 4 players just very content to go to that neutral space right in the middle of the court, just, maybe to their side of the tee, and, you're not going to win a point there, but you're not going to lose it there either. We're just, trying to get back to neutral.
Yep, so often you see someone gets pulled out wide and they try to return it while they're stretched out with a home run cross dink winner, which, you get it 1 out of 10 times and then you decide to do it again, but certainly not high percentage pickleball.
What a great drop from Fritz off of a really good return. And Taylor just leaves that one a bit short.
One of the few truly unforced errors we've had in these games, because normally an error comes as a result of some pressure. That was one, just, it's going to happen to everybody.
Makes all the rec players feel good at home. Brandon maybe just going for a little too much there on that drive. Big wind up. And Brandon's a big hitter, though, so, you'll take one of those every once in a while. Second time Taylor's had that shot right before you got here to win match number 2. I think they were at 9, and Taylor just very nonchalantly used the backhand down the middle, and it was a very similar shot. You'll see another good set of defense from Nussbaum to keep them in the point.
So I think a good comparison, so Taylor went big there, she happened to miss, but the penultimate point that we just saw, the shot that you were referring to, Keith, she took some off.
Yes.
And the key there is she was hitting down on the ball at the kitchen, which is always the goal, as opposed to power doesn't always do it. In that circumstance, power does do it.
Power definitely does do it there.
Again, time and place. Power is certainly appropriate there from Brandon.
6-9 as Fritz and Nussbaum creeping a little bit closer. And a great deep return from Mosteller lets him unwind the stack pretty easily. That's a great ball and nearly dug out by Nussbaum.
And that, I don't know how obvious it is if you're watching at home, but Roger was just able to get a little bit more of a roll that got some extra kick power on that ball, which is what caused the error from Hannah there.
Oh, and that ball just unfavorable for Nussbaum. Nine 6 as the serve goes back to Mosteller and Hartman. Big drive from Roger that Brandon fends off. I don't know, there's a better way to describe it than that.
Sometimes you just got to survive. And now that there, so Brandon's shot was very similar to what I was comparing to Taylor's shot earlier, where he was able to get on top of that ball, but rather than hitting it hard, where his opponents may be sitting on that to counter, he took some off and hit it down, and there really wasn't much of an answer.
And that ball came off the tape as well, and that's just you know, in a way, once he survived the initial like eye shock of the ball changing direction, it actually helped him because it brought the ball up a little higher. A little impatience from Hartman there.
Good communication by Hannah, ensuring that Brandon was on the same page as her not to hit it. She yelled out. Always important to do, help your partner out.
A great hold from Nussbaum and Fritz. And I say that as Brandon puts a 5th into the tape. And again, you see it there, you know, unwinding, and it's a great shot from Brandon Fritz. Catch Hartman moving.
And all of that starts with the serve, the return. It was a strong serve. The return was a little weaker than what Hartman would have liked, and gave Brandon the opportunity for that drive.
What a reset from Mosteller. And then left the ball up after that, and Fritz took advantage.
And again, a subtlety there. It looked like Hartman was leaning that he was going to go middle, which is usually option A there. Fritz makes the more difficult but effective decision of crossing her up by going to her right hip, which is not the side her paddle was sitting on.
Great job by Nussbaum. The patience from both she and Fritz at this point in particular. And another ball up. Knotted now at 9 for Fritz and Nussbaum. Oh, a heck of a ball from Hartman there. That's a big-time shot from Taylor Hartman going behind Brandon Fritz.
And that was, Nussbaum hit such a great drop. Fritz was coming in a little aggressive towards the middle because he thought he was going to get a ball up, and Hartman was able to just sneak it behind him. Really great play by Taylor there.
You saw her do that a couple of times yesterday in the gold medal match. What a ball from Fritz there to get that basically on the baseline. (9-9-2) now. Next point obviously critical either direction. Maybe a little miscommunication there.
That's all it takes in pickleball. Anyone who plays knows that a moment of indecision makes your next shot that much harder.
Yep, no doubt.
And you're making so many decisions at once, back to back, that.
And even the slightest move sometimes from your partner,
Yep.
you know, will cause you to hesitate, and then all of a sudden you're out of position. That's what a ball, and a little extra spin because it hit the tape from Fritz to put them up 10-9.
Brandon's prayer to the net gods.
Yes,
paid off on that one.
And it's been
Good timing.
pretty even this this match too. It's gone pretty much both directions.
That's all we can hope for.
And an unfortunate error on the return on match point, and that was a heck of a match in the winner's bracket open, as Brandon Fritz and Hannah Nussbaum are going to advance. 11-1 here, Hannah saying he's a beast. I don't know which one she was talking about, either her partner or Roger, because I think it applies to both.
Certainly, dual beasts.
Yes. 11-1, and then before losing the second game, and then a big-time comeback to win 11-9 in game number 3 for Nussbaum and Fritz. We'll take a break here as we continue with the mixed open division of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We'll be right back right after this.
both or through both. First time I've seen one of those. This match will be 2 games out of 3, games to 11, win by 2. I'll call service faults, third, go volley zone faults. You call the rest of the line, make your out calls loudly, clearly, promptly. You can appeal the calls from here. Have any questions? Oscar, pick a number, 1 or 2. It's a 1. Serve, receive, choose the end of the receive. You receive. You guys are serving first, and which end do you want to start on? Okay, so you're going to start on line what? Sure. I'll give you. Thank you. You want a ball? I got one.
Welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic in the winner's bracket of the Mixed Open Division. You heard the referee there explaining the ground rules to the players. This matchup will be the pair that you just saw, Hannah Nussbaum and Brandon Fritz. They'll take on Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez. And Suggs, the matchups they don't get any worse, do they? They keep just getting better and better as we keep playing this thing.
No, and the number of quality teams in this tournament shows that really anybody we could see in the gold medal match. So it's going to be very exciting to see how it shakes out.
Now I'm getting the skeevies just thinking about the fact that I don't ever want to try to pronounce Obi's last name. Do we know how to pronounce Obi's last name in any real capacity? No.
OBJ?
That Obi and
Might be Janavir.
Okay. All right, I'll take it. Pretty much everybody in the pickleball playing community in the area knows him as Obi. And he and Karen Maurer on court 6 behind, taking on Mosteller and Hartman on the losers bracket side of things. Rodriguez and Serra, 2 big-time hitters. Ariana absolutely murders the ball and is considered one of the best players in the area. She actually played against Anna Lee in an APP event a couple of weeks ago in singles. Anna Lee obviously came out on top in that matchup. I think there would have been a little bit more press on that one had she not.
But you saw that in that Rodriguez had a lot of great shots, a lot of good points, and I'm gonna defend her a little bit. You could see in that game she was wearing a knee brace, and she was noticeably limping a little bit. And the last thing you need is, if you're playing against Annalie Waters, is to be dealing with
anything, literally anything.
Yeah.
Ariana, a former Louisville tennis player, so you can see why she gets that kind of power.
And she's the perfect example of, you have so many tennis converts to pickleball, and many players will rely strictly on their tennis skills and not learn some of the unique skills that are necessary for pickleball, primarily the dinking and the many aspects of strategy that differ, primarily being at the non-volley zone. That just isn't a thing in tennis. But players like Ariana, who become a student of the game and learn how to develop all of the other pickleball-specific skills that tennis doesn't translate to, those are the ones that excel, and you currently see that in her career.
So one of the things you saw with the referees' pre-match discussion was, you always get the 1 or the 2 written on the back of the paper, and whoever wins the toss, so to speak, gets to choose side or serve or receive. And you saw that Serra won the toss and chose to receive. Why would he do that, Eric? Explain to the public.
Well, there actually has been a fair amount of statistical analysis on this, and I don't know if there is a clear answer.
This is where I thought you were going to go. I was going to rely on the math on this one, so go ahead.
Well, I don't remember the math specifically, but apparently I saw, and I don't understand the logic of this, that in a game to 15, you're actually better to receive. In a game to 11, you're not. However, really, if you're playing in an indoor environment where the lighting is going to be consistent, you don't have the sun, obviously, you may be concerned about things like the backdrop. Maybe you don't like what the wall looks behind you. Maybe it's you feel you have a lucky side. I don't know. But in a game of match of best of 3, in my opinion, you rather just, hey, do we want to start out in serving or do we want to receive? It's whatever you feel comfortable.
Yeah, obviously, we would say just from a pure receiving team typically has an advantage, at any given point, being able to get to the kitchen first. And, a lot of people go that direction about whether they want to serve or receive. But like you said, there's situations where somebody may be the great equalizer. If they have a monster serve that everybody has trouble handling, maybe you choose serve.
Right. I love if I start a game and we are serving and we can get 2 points on that one serve, I say, great job. That's what I'm happy with.
100%.
So I think there is an advantage to sometimes say, hey, we're going to come out, we're going to serve, and we're going to get on top, and you can get a 2 or even 3-4 point lead, you get in your opponent's head. But to your point, if you were referring to the statistical analysis of typically the receiving team wins 70% of the points, yes, you may want to do that, but of course, you don't actually win a point by winning when you're the receiving team.
Right.
You simply get the serve in side-out scoring.
Playing rally scoring, it obviously benefits you to receive to open, because obviously you're going to score on every point, not so in traditional scoring. And Oscar just teeing off Sarah with that big forehand set up by the drive from Rodriguez.
We saw a shake and bake 101 there. Rodriguez was balanced. She hit a controlled drive, not, I don't think, her hardest drive. Instead, she focused getting that low, which ensured that Fritz and Nussbaum had to hit up on the ball, and Sarah was able to put it away.
This is interesting contrast in styles between the last match that we saw here and this one already, where you can see that Sarah and Rodriguez want to play fast. They want to speed the ball up because they know their hands are pretty darn fast. And you feel like Hannah got caught up in that a little bit maybe there and like trying to play a little bit like their opponents?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was the game was moving quick and Nussbaum decided to keep it moving quick, or sometimes in a game you want to test your opponent's hands, right? Maybe she thought Sarah, when she had that speed up, that he was leaning left on his backhand and she tried to get it to his forehand, and then it didn't work, and now she has that information to use accordingly. But as we just saw on the last point there, Sarah and Rodriguez continue to play fast, and it continues to work.
Yeah, this is not as you see it there again, just using the pace to their advantage. This is a game I would want to slow things down if I could, if I was Fritz and Nussbaum.
And it looks like they being Fritz and Nussbaum need to just prepare that it's always coming. They may have settled into the style of play in the last game. We saw on that last point, as soon as Sarah got to the kitchen, he sped up the first ball to Nussbaum, which in most situations you may say that is not the, I put this in quotes, correct shot because you haven't developed the point. But if you win that point, guess what?
That was the correct shot.
It is the correct shot, and you should continue to do it until it doesn't work. So we'll see. I anticipate we'll have some adjustments from Fritz and Nussbaum, but this timeout is certainly for that purpose, to figure out what's been happening and what they can do going forward to hopefully get a bit more of a leg up.
I always wonder, in timeouts, what are we talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Who is my partner? How are they handling what's currently happening? Is the strategic disadvantage that we've maybe been employing, which is what we need to call a timeout? Do I need that full 2 minutes to do it? Because sometimes I feel like, we're playing well. We just made maybe, something came off the side of a paddle, or we made, 1 or 2 bad decisions, and I don't love it all the time that I have to sit and wait, but sometimes you absolutely need it.
Well, I think sometimes you have the purely strategical timeout. Hey, they're doing X, we need to start doing Y. And I've had timeouts that I'll refer to as, well, I don't know if I have a name for it yet, but you kind of joke around with your partner, and I might just say something like, hey, after this, you want to go get an apple Danish.
Yeah.
I could really use an apple Danish. We'll call it the apple Danish timeout, where you're just trying to get loose and have a laugh and realize we're all here to have fun. Of course, if you're not winning the game, it's not fun in the moment, but try to recognize that that's what we're here for.
Rodriguez and Serra in control here in game number 1, up 8-2, and you see again there just the power of Rodriguez and Serra. Ariana able to generate with that tui.
You saw that drive. I mean, it was just over the net, sinking down, and Nussbaum had her paddle on it, but between the pace and the angle, there's not much she can do there. She couldn't hit it hard, and to reset that ball is almost a near impossibility, and it ended up popping up, but the query is, what do you do there?
Right.
I mean, I guess the key is you want to get as deep of returns as you can just to try to minimize their ability to drive effectively, but they have good serves. Both Serra and Rodriguez are keeping them deep and fast, so a deep return is, again, easier said than done. See what they can do, though.
That last point, Fritz got a lot of what he wanted there, doing speeding it up, but you see the difference in the angle of a ball by 1 to 2 inches, and all of a sudden a point you think you're in control of just switches the other direction, and then when you can hit the ball as hard as Serra and Rodriguez can, they just really make them pay.
And one other aspect I'll point out in that game with Serra and Rodriguez is typically what you see from aggressive opponents is that if they're attacking everything and hitting the ball hard, you're going to make errors normally. And you say, well, I think we're gaining more points than we are making errors, and it's a worthwhile endeavor. This time, there weren't many errors either.
I mean, they played about as perfect a game as you could play there in that first one as they take that one 11-2.
And maybe that's what you talk about as Nussbaum and Fritz, to say, hey, let's just get back to our game. They're playing a certain way, it's working, but you hope they can't keep it up, but we haven't seen anything slowing down Serra and Rodriguez yet, but I think I'm expecting Nussbaum and Fritz in this game it'll be a little bit closer.
You saw it in the first and second games of that other match, the first match that Suggs and I were commentating on, where 11-1 for Fritz and Nussbaum, and then obviously Hartman and Mosteller came back to win the second, so we'll see if they similar can happen, and Fritz setting a little bit of a tone on the first point.
0-0-1.
That was the first point I feel like Fritz and Nussbaum really had kind of controlled from the outset of the point. Obviously it wasn't a very long point, but that's got to give you a pretty good bit of confidence as you start the second game to say, no, it's not going to be just like what game 1 was.
Speaking of power, ladies and gentlemen, standing to my left is the one and only Varun and his power thighs, known throughout the state of New Jersey. Oh, and now he's walking away, and they just are flexing as he's heading in the opposite direction.
Varun Prakash, sponsored by Nike's 3-inch inseam. And
is the inseam 3 inches, or is it 7 and it's pulled up to 3 inches?
I believe it's a 7 manipulated to 3. Self-manipulation, which is frowned upon in a lot of cultures. But
versatile, though.
Very.
It can be 7, it can be 3.
Whatever you need it to be. Varun has it. One of the truly good human beings, which is why we can joke with him. But if, quite frankly, if my thighs look like that, I probably would wear the 3-inch inseam myself.
Varun, a great guy, and maybe even a better pickleball player.
1-0-2.
Serra and Rodriguez. That's it. That ball has so much action on it. I don't know that unless you have an angle on that ball coming at you, if you realize how much that ball is moving when Rodriguez hits it.
And it looks like what I had said earlier about trying to get a deeper return. I think Fritz is trying to do that. And unfortunately, he's had 2 that have gone long, which is the byproduct of, well, when you have a great serve and you try to make the return deep, you may miss some long too.
I think that's Nussbaum playing Oscar's game there. I don't know that that's what you want to do. He's ready for that.
Could be a little frustration too. Sometimes when people hit the ball hard at you want to hit it hard at them.
That's a little bit of the way of the world there. What a play from Fritz there. He said, I am not going to be content to just hit this back to you so you can hit it back to me again 5 more times. This is going to be a home run ball or it's not.
That is one of the rare times in pickleball where, based on the angle of Fritz's Ernie, he was able to hit an overhead slam into the kitchen cross court. An impossible ball to return.
Boy, you see the hand speed from Sarah and Fritz there. And Brandon was on that ball.
0-4-2.
That was just unfortunate. I think you're right, though, Eric. You can see Fritz making a concerted effort to keep the ball deep in the court, whether it's on his serves or his returns, and it's resulted in a couple of misses. That one, he got the better of Rodriguez on the speed up.
4-0-2.
So right there, that's what we had been talking about. Fritz was able to get a deep return, which caused Sarah to drop the ball, a less offensive shot, and then on the 4th shot from Fritz and Nussbaum, they were able to attack and ultimately get the pop-up, and their 6th shot at the point, they were able to put it away. But again, it all started with the return.
I feel like you're seeing, that's a great play there. An overhead from Fritz and Nussbaum finishing it off. Feels like Brandon's kind of gotten a second wind here, and he's kicked it into gear from a movement perspective, and it certainly benefited him the last couple of points. That's a great return. Exactly what we've been talking about. Keeping that ball deep, just creating a difficult shot for Nussbaum. Incredible job by Rodriguez unwinding the stack there, and then she misses the easy one.
And that's pickleball, right? She had 2 back-to-back amazing shots, especially the 4th shot defending against Fritz's drive. It was so low, just over the net, and she was able to somehow hit it back, keep it low with some pace, and forcing Brandon to make another 2 shots. And then, of course, Rodriguez on the easiest one is the one that she missed, because that's what we do in pickleball.
That is correct. Great return from Nussbaum, keeping Sarah deep at the baseline. And just kind of short-armed that one a little bit.
What we're seeing again and again, oftentimes when people are practicing pickleball or think of the game as the most critical shots, most people will say, oh, the 3rd shot is the most important shot. Okay, yes, very, very important. But more and more in the game today, between the power paddles, the pace of the game, you see the emphasis on the importance of the 1st shot, obviously the serve, and the return, in that dictating how the point plays out and the opportunities that you either have, whether you're on offense or defense.
Oh, ball tried to crawl over the net and then hit a roadblock.
It almost was toying with Nussbaum. It looked like it was going over, and it said, nope, never mind, coming back.
Boy, I think Brandon's going to go back and look at this one and this particular match, because there's been 3 or 4 balls here I think that he pretty typically puts away, that being one of them there, and just kind of trajectory a little too low.
I think, though, looking at that last shot and that miss from Fritz in a vacuum, you may just say, he didn't get it, he missed it. But in the context of the game, Rodriguez and Sarah have been getting back so many balls. And when that happens, in your mind, you start thinking, because they keep getting back these shots, I need to do more.
Yep.
And then you try to do more, and, well, what happens? It either goes in the net, it goes out. So to look at that in a vacuum and say, I should have gotten that one, yeah, he'd probably agree with you. But it's more than that based on the play of their opponents.
You mean pickleball is a mental sport, Eric? I don't understand.
I don't think anyone's ever seen that.
No. But, it underscores what we were talking about, one of the strengths of Roger Mosteller's game, right? About, maybe he's less affected by something like that because of his patience. great point on court 6 there as we get set to come out of the timeout here in the winner's bracket, which is a great hands battle that we got to see. And wow, what a play from Brandon Fritz to get that ball behind Oscar Serra.
Can't do any better than that. It was a great drive from Rodriguez. Serra was sitting on it, and Fritz was able to hit one more ball. Not only just hit one more, but hit it in the right spot.
Oh, there it is. What an incredible play from both Nussbaum to set him up, and Brandon with the backhand roll up the line. Can't do any better than that.
2-8-1.
Well, whatever they said at that timeout, I don't know if that was an Apple Danish timeout or not.
It had to be. It had to be.
Great effort there from Fritz as the power of Oscar Serra sent that ball over to court 7. That wasn't me being cute either. That rip ball really went into court 7. What a great inside out. Boy, the wrist action on a ball like that to keep that ball where you want it. That's one of the rules that you taught me when I first started playing. You're covering that middle, and a ball that goes to your left, more than not is going to be out, and that ball not even close to out from Serra.
No, we've seen multiple instances of precision in these shots. And in the one you're referring to, Fritz was guessing the most typical place that Serra would put that ball, and Serra said, I see you doing the quote-unquote correct thing, so I'm going to up you in this chess match and go inside out and put it behind you. Seems simple. We could all do that.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, it's no problem with the ball moving as fast as it's moving.
Exactly.
Looks like Taylor Hartman might have turned an ankle over on court 6 there.
2-9-1.
Yeah, a noticeable limp for sure.
That's a fun matchup there on court 6 on the losers bracket side of things because of the close friendship, friendships involved in that matchup. Had a chance to spend a little March Madness time yesterday with Karen Maurer and Taylor Hartman, and they were anticipating a potential matchup against each other today. And there was a little poop talk, let's just say. There's some poop talk happening.
4-9-2.
Love some good poop talk.
Yeah. Boy, the two-hander from Serra, just perfectly placed.
And again, though, so much of that point was set up by Rodriguez's return. It's in this aggressive one-handed slice that's landing in the back 90% of the court. And it's just putting a lot of pressure on Nussbaum and Fritz. And it's giving Serra and Rodriguez the leg up in the point.
And something else, too, I mean, as the left side player, a lot of the time the ball, you have a much less cause to go to the two-hander when you're on the left side there up the line, and Serra just no problem getting to it flawlessly. But it may not be something you think about all the time. Oh, Rodriguez just poaching, doing Mariana things.
Doing her best Hanley Waters impersonation there.
Oh, the running Tui to end that match. Impressively done from Serra and Rodriguez. They will advance. We'll turn our attention now to the backcourt of the Open as Obi with a nice little Ernie. No clue what the score is over there. Hartman comes up a little bit short on that dink.
Yeah, we had noted before that she may have sustained an injury. We see her lifting her feet up a little bit. She's likely still feeling it. And pickleball is such a game of precision. Even something throwing you off a little bit can make a big difference in your game. Hopefully she's able to tough it out as she looks like she may be wincing with some noticeable pain. Hopefully she's all right.
She was dealing with a foot injury not all that long ago. maybe about a month ago, she turned her ankle, and it said I can't even put any weight on it. And knowing Taylor, she was playing 2 days later.
Yes, did she rest and engage in 2 months of physical therapy, Keith?
Absolutely not.
So, I mean, look, right there,
Yeah.
she had a ball that she could hit down on, nearly an overhead at the net, and she happened to miss it. Looked like her paddle face was a little bit open. I mean, Taylor Hartman is going to make that shot 99 out of 100 times. Just hope that.
Right. You see, you said it. When something doesn't feel like it normally feels, and it's grabbing you a little bit on each of those shots, maybe you're 3-4 inches away from where you would normally be, right? And just how different that forces your shots to be.
Yeah, and the mind may be ahead of the body. Oh, I can get to that ball, but then suddenly you can't.
Yep.
All right, this will be telling. Let's see if they unwind. I believe it's coming to Taylor.
Yeah,
let's see if they unwind. No, see, Roger's
telling her to stay.
Telling her to stay, clearly to alleviate her from having to cross over in the court and take that extra run. I mean, we saw the entire last game, they stacked and unwound that stack every point. Clearly, they're not doing it because of that.
An atypical miss from Obi on that play. But, to your point of seeing what Roger was going to do there, whether they were going to unwind or not, it's just a smart play for him to,
Right.
to recognize, hey, I'm not going to make her do this.
Right.
Miscommunication between Maurer and Obi on a ball in the middle there. Karen employs that very atypical tomahawk more often than almost anybody that I see that plays at that level, and we joke that she plays with that piece of plywood that she loves so much. But wow, what a counter from Obi there on the speed up from Hartman. But Karen Maurer, also one of the rare athletes, obviously everybody here is an athlete, but Karen Maurer, an elite level athlete, an All-American lacrosse player at Duke, on the coaching staff of Princeton Women's Lacrosse. And, there's a reason why she can do some of the stuff that everybody else can't do, because, quite frankly, when you're an All-American lacrosse player at Duke, it's pretty much a signal that she's a better athlete than you.
Than all of us.
Yeah.
I notice this every time I play on the court with her. And not only is she a better athlete, but playing at that level, naturally, you have a certain level of competition, competitiveness in you. And a funny story told to me by Steve Berman about Karen is, this was years ago when they first started playing at a much lower level than where they're both at now. They're playing in a 3-5 mixed split tournament. And I think they got to the gold medal game or far into it, and they lost the game. And Karen couldn't stop apologizing. It was her fault, et cetera, et cetera. Still to this day, Steve says Karen will apologize about losing this 3-5 tournament from years ago, and it seems the game haunts her. So if you want to know what level of competitor she is, I think that says it all.
And that just ended. I don't know if that was game number 1 there or game number 2. But you see Hartman immediately goes and takes a seat outside of court 6, trying to figure out what's what with her foot. Now we're obviously right over there to check on her.
Yeah, and even the bigger concern at the moment would be, let's say Taylor and Roger win this game. Naturally, in every tournament, you have time where you have to wait in between matches, and the ankle's not getting better from that rest. You're probably better off keeping the blood flowing, staying on the court. So we'll see how she handles it. She's sitting down. She's messing with her shoes. She's tightening them, loosening them, trying to figure out what she can do.
The training staff here at Mercer Bucks, there is a trainer on staff. That would be one of those things that I would say, obviously I'm not a doctor or a trainer. I don't know what the right move would be there. Do you keep it warm the entire time? Do you, I mean, because it's probably going to swell, right? So the initial thought would be, well, let's get that swelling down with ice, but then the turnaround time to play again, to your point, is tough.
I think wrap it up maybe.
I don't know.
Additional stability.
That might have been it. I don't if they had lost the first two there. We're going to check. Oh, that was the winner, winning point there. So Maurer and Obi did advance through that. So we'll take a break here as we are going to continue with the open division of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We'll be back right after this.
doubles, skill 4.0. The young guns, 10 to 49. And one who's slightly under 10. For the Mercer Bucks Pickleball Spring Classic 2025. I could ask you all to join us at the medal stand with your paddles, please. Thank you. And you know who you are, gold, silver, and bronze winners. Let's see. Paddle. Congratulating the bronze medal winners in the mixed doubles skill 4.0, Anthony Lucino and Morgan Fisher. And the silver medal winners, Elizabeth Patterson and James Monahan. Congratulations. And the gold medal winners in the mixed doubles 4.0, 10:49. Catherine Yuan and Langdon Yuan. You all look good, and you play good. All right, so step up and we'll get some photos for you to put in the social.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs with you live here in the Open Division Mixed. And we have one of the most anticipated matchups of the afternoon as the Clemmers, Kristen and Troy, take on the pairing that you just saw, Ariana Rodriguez and Oscar Serra. Suggs, this is going to be a big-time matchup. A lot of pace, I think.
A lot of pace, but Troy and Kristen will play probably a little more of a balanced game as opposed to pace. Doesn't mean they can't play fast, and they don't play fast. Looks like from what we saw in the last game, Rodriguez and Sarah want to go, go, go. But
Side out.
we'll see how it shakes out.
0-0-1.
You saw a glimpse of it there on the first third that he hit. That for those of you who've never seen Troy play before, he hits oftentimes with two hands on both sides, forehand and backhand.
And what makes it truly his trademarked shot is that typically when people are using two hands on the paddle, if you're a righty, the two-handed backhand and the left hand is choked up on the paddle and the right hand is on the bottom. Troy Clemmer is actually reversed. He's got his right hand up high.
See that when he goes there.
He's got his right hand choked up and his left hand on the bottom, which is more favorable to the two-handed forehand. And I have no idea how he hits it with the backhand, but he does it well. So. I've always wondered, I'd like to get the official rules interpretation of the ball that is ambiguous as to whether or not it will go over the net and the player blows on the ball, as Mr. Serra just did. I think his ball was going over anyway. Although I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think the interpretation is you may do that.
Well, just as I do in lacrosse all the time. I trust you. Sarah had a instant, not even a moment, but an instant of indecision about whether he was going to go backhand or forehand there, and eventually decided on the forehand but put it in the net.
And already we've seen a few hands battles that have gone as Troy Clemmer got a little overextended there and maybe bumped into his wife. But we've seen a few hands battles here that have gone each way, and that's going to dictate a lot, I think, the pace of play at the non-volley zone, because if a certain team is winning the hands battles, they're likely going to try to speed up more and continue that game. If they're neutral, everyone might settle in a little bit and focus more on the dink and try to force an error, but all these players are so good, they're collecting information, feeling out their opponents, and determining what works and what doesn't work, as Troy gets a unlucky net cord that just sends out there.
The pace from Sarah and Rodriguez affects the Clemmers much less. I think just their overall ability level is so high, and their experience is pretty much unparalleled, both just from a raw pickleball perspective and their experience together. So.
Right, that's what I was going to say. It's not only experience in terms of their individual reps, but their reps together. They play together so often, and while of course everyone's going to have miscommunication here and there, they're able to minimize those compared to most other teams.
Right. And once you develop that chemistry too, to not have to talk through every ball, because you just kind of know what's what, and Oscar got caught there by Kristen. What an advantage that is. Hannah Nussbaum joking. What exactly did she say?
Hannah said, "Why didn't I hit that shot?" As Kristen sped up to Oscar Serra and had him fooled on the last one. But sometimes it's always easier watching on the sidelines. We're all pros over here, right?
Always. It looks so much easier when you're standing over here. Oscar getting a little aggressive there with the forehand. I think he can live with that miss, though.
Yeah, I think most circumstances he will put that in. But again, it didn't come out of nowhere in that Troy Clemmer's ball was quite low, and Oscar really teed off on it. And now I wonder on that missed return, was he thinking about the miss prior? Because I've certainly done that. Everyone's done that, where your head is still in the prior point, and you're only 85% focused. I don't know if that was the case, but I've missed a lot of returns because of that.
Right. Wow, a great return of serve from Troy to keep that ball. I mean, that set up the entire rest of that point.
I mean, the serve was great, and the return of serve was just better.
So, we say it all the time, right? You could do everything right. The other team has a say, too.
Just see the crispness of Kristen Clemmer's backhand dink. Really, the first one she hit on this point, she gets the dwell time on the paddle that leads to the extra spin. Then she can add that little bit of pace. It's very smooth, great mechanics, great footwork. All the fundamentals coming together in one shot, and of course leading to a beautiful result.
She's sitting there on that two-hander. And a ball. That was just
welcomed timing for the Clemmers.
Yes, welcomed indeed.
Although Troy may have hit both balls, so they certainly were still in the point.
My goodness, what a play from Kristen Clemmer.
She did two things well there. One is she was able to read it, because I think she was actually leaning in a little bit, so more she was able to get the read, make the adjustment, get back. And also, she didn't do what happens so often you see in these referee games, which is you end up having that push-off footfall. She didn't do that either.
Yeah. Another great job from Kristen Clemmer, sitting on that two-hander.
5-3-1.
No way. Oh, my goodness gracious.
And
almost got that ball in.
Oh,
did he call it?
I thought it wasn't. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was well in.
Wow.
And that was, honestly, my comment of what I was going to say is they did a great job just making their opponents hit one more shot. It didn't work out, et cetera, but they,
I mean,
they made him hit one more shot, and was able to, Clemmers got it back, and sometimes, well, they were both good and lucky.
And then you see the two-handed inside-out forehand winner from Troy Clemmer. That, I mean, I don't know how you defend that. There's almost no way to understand where that ball is going to go, or that he gives no indication on it. And quite frankly, you don't see it from anybody, so it's not like you can get used to playing against it.
No, and I don't think it's a shot that you could even say, hey, I'm going to go drill this for a month, work on my two-handed forehand inside-out drive. I mean, frankly, if someone said they were doing that, I'd be a little concerned.
Yes, like what, you're wasting. All right, got it. 2 hours of wasted time today. Good job out of you.
Yeah, you got some exercise.
Yes.
That's about it.
Good Lord. Timeout from the Rodriguez-Serra clan. 7-3 is where the score sits at the moment for the Clemmers.
Time in. 7-3-1.
Very helpful having the official. Oh, try overzealous there. Kristen giving him an earful.
It was a smiling earful.
Oh, wait. Just a miss there, a little strong from Troy.
3-7-1.
And the Clemmers do nothing. They're not trying to disguise the stack, give any signals as to whether they're switching or not. You see Kristen will sit off on the right there when Troy is hitting the return serve. Now, though, as Kristen is returning, they may engage in some flexibility, as we see here. Kristen's now staying on the left, which they've done a few times in this match.
Point.
Ball just missed there from Kristen.
4-7-2.
But I mean, I also think that speaks to just how confident Kristen and Troy are in Kristen's game.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, no thought really or concern of her having to play on the left side.
5-7-2.
Sarah just
Side out.
teed off on that one.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult in that when you see the returning server a
7-5-1.
step or two behind coming up and you're looking to hit a drive, sometimes you'll rush your shot because you're trying to catch them as they're coming up, and as a result, you pull up on it. It's one of the hardest things, just to still take your time and obviously make the correct shot.
7-5-2.
Timing is everything in pickleball.
You see Sarah with a great shot to get behind Kristen there.
Yeah, Kristen crashing middle, looking for that pop-up. Sarah was able to read that third shot drive, put his fourth ball behind Kristen, catch her a little off balance.
What an incredible return right on the baseline.
Point.
Atypical miss from Troy.
And you saw what he was doing there. It looked like he was trying to, originally had a bit of a closed stance. He ran around the ball, potential speed up straight ahead or to the middle, and he decided to go cross court. I think try to fake out his opponents a little bit, but it was a very sophisticated shot that he just didn't hit.
The calmness with which Troy resets the ball. Boy, that is a ball that I bet you Oscar Serra wins that point about 8 out of 10 times that he plays it that exact same way, and Troy able to just handle that.
Side out.
Yeah, I think that ball there was a little higher than Rodriguez anticipated, and it's funny sometimes when you're playing against such quality opponents, you don't expect the ball to be up. I think she got caught off guard a little bit.
Yeah, that one wasn't going to be easy. Didn't think that was going to be as easy as it was.
Yeah.
7-6-2.
It's a big point here. At 7-6. If Rodriguez and Serra can hold and get this back, could be a deciding moment, and there they are able to do it. So let's see if they can capitalize down 6-7 in a game that to this point has kind of felt like Kristen and Troy have been in control.
One that Troy wants back. Now, Keith, what you said, Kristen and Troy being in control, I tend to agree with you in that they've been able to slow down Rodriguez and Serra a little bit.
Yes.
To the pace that they want to play. And if you can make your opponents play your game, typically you win. Obviously, Serra and Rodriguez are dynamic players. They have many different types of shots in their arsenal. They'll make proper adjustments too. We got a tie game right now.
A little change. What a great job by Kristen. Just took a little bit off there. You know, you're expecting the fastball and you get not quite the fastball.
7-7-1.
But you know, it's something that you and I talk about all the time of like, let's just make sure we do what we have to do to get it at their feet. And if that means a little less pace, it's what you do. Sweeping lob from Rodriguez, just go a little bit long. Maybe she put a little too much air under that.
Big serve by Troy.
And then the power finish from Kristen Clemmer. Definitely throwing the fastball on that one.
Yeah, it's as you just said, it can be a game of finesse. It can be a game of getting it at your opponent's feet. And sometimes, though, it can be a game of just hitting that ball hard when it's up, as Kristen just did again, but an amazing get by Oscar. And then such good vision to let it go.
Yeah, just that. I mean, Kristen maybe a hair late to that ball, but you know, certainly because of the pace that she got the ball, you know, coming back at her from Oscar, but. And you saw Rodriguez put that ball in the net. The difference between that ball and the previous one that Kristen was able to really tee off on. I mean, what are we talking about in real life, Suggs? An inch and a half, you know, a difference in height maybe that allows them to do that, and versus not wanting to, you know, maybe put that ball in the net so you take a little off. The margin for error is so small.
Absolutely, and all these decisions are being made in live time, often with less than a second. You're just relying on instinct, repetition, experience, things that all these players have.
A 4-0 run for the Clemmers to end game number 1, and they take it 11-7 over Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez. Should be a quick changeover between games without much of a break, so we'll stay here with you. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs, we're live from the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We're in the open division of mixed here on this final play on Sunday. Suggs, Mercer Bucks been open, I believe it was 3 years this month, or last month, I should say. And the Spring Classic's become kind of a staple around these parts, and a pretty popular tournament.
Absolutely. You see, in a tournament like this, you see a lot of familiar faces of the best players in the area. You see some people traveling from a little bit further away, but it is a tournament that is well known in the area, well respected, always run very well. They have referees here. They have amazing commentators.
Clearly. I mean, and we're getting paid a hefty bounty for this.
It's hefty. But no, the participants always speak very highly of it. I've played in it. They do a really great job.
Noticeably absent from the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic this year is two of our favorite people, Derek Kegaris and his lovely wife Caroline. Just had the opportunity to purchase a compound down in Virginia. And obviously I joke because they're just about two of the nicest people you could find, but I am bummed that they're not around these parts anymore with us.
Absolutely.
0-1-1.
Always look forward to my friend Derek rolling out the Sunday Swagger apparel and having a lot of fun. And I mean, playing some pretty awesome pickleball too.
That too.
0-1-2.
Game number 2 of the Open Division, as Kristen and Troy Clemmer took game number 1, 11-7, and what do we have there? Good, no good.
I'm
still some indecision.
Guessing based on the time for the call that they're going to call it in. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, usually when it takes that long, it's hard to then call the ball out. I think Oscar Serra wasn't sure. He was looking around if somebody could help him with making an out call that he wasn't certain about himself.
He was really hoping somebody else just said out.
I think he was looking at Kristen and she said, I don't
I'm
know
not doing that for you. Sorry about it.
But I think if she saw it out, she'd help.
Yeah, no doubt.
She may not have done
2-1-2.
Oh, but Keith, we just did get confirmation from video review in New York. That ball was in.
Ball was in. Love it.
Expedited review.
Power there from Oscar Serra as he puts that ball away down the middle.
One, 2-1.
I do think it's interesting, this seems to be the theme of this match, that the Clemmers have been able to pretty much stop Rodriguez and Serra from playing the power game that allowed them to roll through the previous round, because they're just not nearly as affected by their pace. And I think this game going much more the way that the Clemmers would like it to.
And it's what you alluded to earlier, Keith. I think it could be a difference of the ball being an inch and a half lower, the return being a couple of feet deeper. And these things collectively add up and ultimately make it easier for you. I think everybody has had this experience. If you play with another player who is, say, well above your level, the game feels really easy because they're not putting you in tough spots. They're making some great shots. And you can feel yourself, wow, I played great. Maybe you did, but also maybe you had a really good partner. And in this case, you have both Troy and Kristen, great players, making their lives easier for one another by just making very precise shots.
It's pretty much how I feel when I play with you all the time. You make it very easy for me not to mess up.
Well, I appreciate that.
Hey,
I make enough errors on my own.
I think most of your opponents would tell you that you're an ass to say that, because you make less errors than any other 7 human beings I know. Big time hands battle there.
3-2-2.
Won by the Clemmers.
Point.
You're seeing some errors here out of Serra and Rodriguez that I would typically attribute to like fatigue type errors almost, but like these are two of the fittest people around here, so I struggle to find. Maybe it's just one of those, hey, we missed a couple in a row. It's just very atypical from the skill level of these particular players to see that.
So you saw the respect.
Yep.
Nice put away there, but you saw the respect that in that cross-court dink exchange battle between Rodriguez and Kristen Clemmer, there was one ball that it looked like Ariana could have pulled the trigger on, but I think it's a byproduct of the respect for the hands of the Clemmers. she said, well, you know what? I'm just going to use this height to be a little more offensive on my dink, as opposed to fully pulling the trigger on that speed up.
100%, because it wasn't so up that it was a full-on green light, got to go after it ball. And could she have sped it up? Sure.
Sure, and I bet she would have in game 1.
100%. That ball right there, that's the one we're talking about.
Yep.
Same thing from Kristen there, right? A ball that she might otherwise pull the trigger on. Great lob there from Sarah. And now they are in control of the point after that great lob.
But the Clemmers seem to effortlessly make their way back up to recover and brought things back to neutral. Looks like Kristen got the ball that she wanted and missed it by about half an inch on the top of the table.
5-4-1.
A really well played point there from both sides.
You have 5. Yes, sir. I'll recall the score. 5-4-1.
You play some of these long points, it's great having a referee to be able to make sure that we're not messing up. Oh, what a ball from Kristen Clemmer.
Great inside out, used the finesse there. She didn't hit that ball very hard, but Sarah was leaning middle and she just snuck that right behind her. You know, one thing I'll note is that in all of these games that we've seen so far today that we've had a referee, we haven't had a single footfall yet.
I was thinking the same thing.
And I'm sure I'm going to jinx somebody now by saying it, but the point being is that when at this level, these players are not only focusing on the fundamentals and everything that's necessary to be a good pickleball player, but not foot faulting is really important when you find yourself in a gold medal match or a high-level tournament game and you have a referee. Everyone knows somebody who you play with who tends to foot fault and gain that extra edge, which is okay. In recreational play, it is what it is. Everybody's going to do it. But I can guarantee you if these players were to play recreationally and someone saw a foot fault, they'd tell the other player, and the other player would say thank you. They wouldn't get upset because they want to know if they're doing it. So that's the public service announcement, is that friends don't let friends foot fault and don't tell them.
That's correct.
Don't be afraid to do it.
Great job by Sarah poaching there. Hey, something that was interesting that, I thought that we had those kind of cross-court dink battles between Rodriguez and Kristen Clemmer that I felt like Rodriguez was the more offensive of the players, but not a lot of variation in the location of her dinks, and I think that the Clemmers ended up picking up on that a little bit. Let's see if it happens again here as Troy just goes a little bit too quickly there, I think maybe. But Ariana playing out to Kristen's forehand pretty much.
Yeah, I wonder if that is a strategical decision, though, and that she wants to keep it far enough from Troy that he can't get to it, or make him do what he just did, which is to come very far over and make a shot difficult for him.
Rodriguez went about 65 or 70% on that and didn't really tee off, and that kind of led to Sarah feeling the heat of it. What great hands from Troy Clemmer.
Yeah, and something I noticed there too is if you watch their serves, really everyone here, there is variation in how hard they're hitting the ball, the trajectory of the ball. You saw Troy's last two serves were a little more of an arc with some topspin and a little less pace, which changing it up is just a different look for your opponent. And every now and then you grab a freebie off of it.
Yep. Oh boy, what a counter from Troy Clemmer.
It's just a great shot by Rodriguez and a better shot by Troy.
7-6-2.
That's another one where I don't know that Rodriguez sees that ball coming back like that very often.
Oh,
wow.
Side out.
And you could see that, right? Oscar leans into the middle, speeds that ball up on Kristen. And Kristen knows, all I got to do is if I can turn on this ball to get it straight ahead, which will ultimately be behind Sarah, she'll win the point.
Yeah.
That's what she did.
Didn't need to do too much there just because of the way the point unfolded.
Just a great read and anticipation by Kristen.
Boy, that you don't see that very often where Troy is like even a little off balance there, but that's a testament to Sarah and that two-hander. Great recess from Rodriguez, and then there you go. You get the changeup there, and that one goes into the net.
And again, an example of the chemistry there. You saw Troy coming over more and more, and was really hip to hip with Kristen, but they nonetheless were on the same page.
What a great adjustment from Sarah. That's one of those that you feel so good about the fact that he stayed with that off of the tape, and then the next ball ends up going to the net because Troy's just so relentless. What a great return from Rodriguez there.
Timeout, servers.
And a timeout
1 minute.
coming from Sarah and Rodriguez. This is a similar spot to where they were in game one, right? Being able to potentially pull even. They did so at 7-7 in game one, and then the Clemmers just ran off 4 straight. And another opportunity here, down 7-8, to kind of pull even and maybe force a third game. I put that one on a tee for you there. You don't want to. We had nothing on that one.
No, I'll tell you what I was honestly thinking about.
I can't wait to hear this.
I was, it's off topic, but it's an important thing to discuss. I'm viewing the players here, right? We have the Clemmers, they're wearing long pants for one, and neither one of them appear to be sweating very much at all. I look over Oscar and Ariana, maybe Ariana a little bit of sweat. Oscar doesn't look like he's sweating. I'm usually on shirt number 6
yes,
by this
fair.
point. I'll say an advantage when I play is that when we switch sides in game 3, the opponents have to come over to where there's sweat all over the floor. Right? It's one of I'll call it my secret sauce, I guess. Well, whatever you said before, frankly, I wasn't listening because I'm looking around and I go, how is no one sweating here where I would be, the floor, they'd have to call the janitor to come out and mop it up. So that's where my head was at.
You are a bit of a sweater, I will say.
Yeah, usually in a 2-hour session, we set the over-under at about 5.5 shirts for indoor play, usually about 6.5 to 7.5 for outdoor play. But anyway, let's get back to the game.
Oh, true words. The power of Oscar Sarah on display there as Ariana just really set that point up nicely, and then Oscar said, "Thank you very much, I'll finish it." Oh, unlucky there for the Clemmers.
The best shot in pickleball. Unstoppable. The third shot drive that goes off the tape.
Again here at 7-8. And wow, a jumping Tui from Oscar Sarah to pull this match even at 8.
Ventured into the all-familiar cross-court forehand exchange in mixed doubles between the ladies.
Couple of fantastic digs from Sarah and Rodriguez.
Sarah Rodriguez able to get back up to the net again, seemingly effortlessly.
That's it, as Oscar kind of anticipating there, and he jumped a little bit to give himself a little bit more angle to hit down on that backhand. And that's the difference. Oh, and Kristen just leaves it a hair short, and now Sarah and Rodriguez at 10-8 with a chance to even this up and send it to a third game. Oh, the two-hander as Rodriguez steps through it and sends this one to a third game. And they'll switch ends again. We'll take a quick break because we haven't taken one in a while. An anticipated third game coming up here between Serra and Rodriguez and the Climbers right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs with you live from the Mercer Bucks Pickleball Club in Ewing as we are in Game 3 of the Mixed Open Division between Kristen and Troy Clemmer and the powerful two-hander of Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez. Great communication there, Suggs.
Again, we've said it many times, it's the little things, right? That ball was obviously going out, but when you're in the moment, you may not see it. I think Rodriguez was going to let it go, but it doesn't hurt when your partner confirms that suspicion for you.
That was just a little too impetuous, I think, from Oscar Serra, feeling himself a little bit there as he sped that up. I missed that.
I missed that as well, but he did have a few words for the fans, joking around about something, but hard to hear with our headsets on.
Oh, and that ball stays in. What a point from Troy Clemmer.
You know, the Clemmers earned it in that they were able to recover from the lob, maybe on that last shot, a miss hit that landed in, but it was their hard work that got them there.
I mean, and tough to get the ball over Kristen on the lob, so a fantastic job from Serra on that lob, but Troy said, I got it. We're good. Oh, boy, the calmness of Troy Clemmer to reset that ball twice. And then able to do that. I mean, just the poise and control from Troy there is pretty incredible.
Yeah, Ariana Rodriguez took a bit of a spill going for that lob, but she's all smiles and looks like she's okay. Now, while that cross-court exchange is going on, you can see the game within the game, the movement of the men who are not hitting the ball well. Oscar Serra is coming across when the ball is hit to Ariana, while also then at times coming back for a strong recovery. I saw earlier he showed Ernie because he knows Kristen is thinking, if I can sneak a ball behind Serra, she's going to do it.
Right.
And if he can time that appropriately, then obviously he can have an advantageous shot. But it's funny that as you know, on a superficial level, you watch the point, it's the two women dinking back and forth, but both Troy and Oscar are equally active in that point and maybe dictating similarly the shots that the ladies are hitting.
Yep. Oscar just powerful there to set himself up. You see so often players at this level using the 2E, and Oscar there used the one-handed backhand flick to get himself what he wanted.
And I think that goes back to just these players having all the shots. Because there's a place for the one hand, there's a place for the two hand. The one will give you a little more reach. Two may give you a little more power if you have the angle, but Oscar's got it.
Oh, an uncharacteristic miss from Troy as you see Ariana put her hands on her head saying, thank God. we have all been there. My goodness.
No conversation with the spectators, okay?
Referee warning Sarah there about
1-3-1.
receiving potentially any unsolicited coaching advice, but I think Oscar's just having some fun with the fans.
I don't think anyone over there can offer any coaching advice. No disrespect to the fans over there, but I think Oscar knows what he's doing.
I have a feeling that you're correct.
Side out.
Ariana upset with herself there.
Yeah, we've seen a few unforced errors on
3-1-1.
both sides in this third game. You wonder, it could be fatigue. It's getting late in the day. A lot of these players played yesterday as well, perhaps even Friday in singles. And, you lose the legs a little bit. You'll miss a shot or two.
Yep.
3-1-2.
Everyone's human here.
That ball just a little bit wide from the Clemmers. Setting up second serve. What a great lead by Kristen Clemmer. I mean, the body control it takes, because she was locked and loaded to hit that two-hander. To be able to say, midway to stop is unbelievable.
Absolutely. You saw she was sitting on it perfectly, and if it was going to be in, she was there, just like that shot right there, as Kristen closes into the middle, takes that ball. And again, not only did she hit it with some pace, hit it low, but with an appropriate angle to win the point outright.
I've been really impressed with Rodriguez's reset ability in this game. She would prefer to go, but
1-5-1.
really, really being patient with her resets.
Point.
And then there, maybe again, what you had said, Kristen upset about maybe from the previous point and missing that, that shot.
Yep.
But like great players do, she's now ready. You see her showing Ernie there just to.
What Kristen did with the Ernie in this situation where she's playing left is two. One, I don't think she actually thought she was going to get an Ernieable ball there. But what she basically said is, I'm now forcing you to hit the ball more to the middle, and Troy then gets involved.
Yep. I'm not sure if Kristen lost her balance on that last one or not.
Yeah, and I'm just laughing back to the Ernie when she went and she sticks her paddle up almost like, hey.
Yeah, I'm here.
It was almost so obvious that she knew that that's not what she was going to get, but she was going to get her husband involved.
And that ball is just one that Kristen left, that inch and a half up, that all of a sudden then Sarah and Rodriguez can hit down on that ball, and it just changes the tide of the point. What a reset there from Rodriguez. And then Troy with the appropriate amount of finesse to keep that inside the baseline.
And we talked about how Troy holds the paddle earlier with his two hands, right hand on top for the two-handed forehand. That gives him so much ability to disguise his shots, which is what he did on the last one. He didn't hit it that hard, but they may have thought it was coming hard, let the ball go, and then it lands about a foot in.
That ball there that Rodriguez left a little short. It's like you're battling just shifting your eye level and eye movement because the ball hits the tape, and then the spin totally changes too after it hits the tape, and you're just battling so many adverse things. So totally understandable why that can happen. And there you go again. Now Sarah taking advantage of the net court there, putting a ball up for him to finish.
And that is a much harder shot than it looks, right? The ball hits the net cord. It's floating in the air, but of course the original anticipated trajectory changed. And Sarah made it look easy putting it away.
Troy just hammering away, and Ariana Rodriguez handling it all, and that's just unfortunate there.
6-5-2. 1 minute.
Well, we're getting everything that we could have hoped for out of this game number 3, as we are as tight as things could be at 6-5 as they change sides. This is the winner's bracket of the open division of mixed play, I should say, at the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. 3rd annual. You know what really annoys me? Something that gets my goat.
Let's hear it.
Grinds my gears.
Yep.
When people do something for the first time and then they call it the first annual. It's the inaugural, okay? We you plan on doing it annually, but this is the first one, so how is it the first annual? It's the inaugural, okay? Now we're past that here. Mercer Bucks, 3rd annual. Totally appropriate.
Do we need to go back, do a little research to see what they called?
I'm going to bet
inaugural?
my bottom dollar that it was the first annual, because no one is as crazy as me when it comes to this kind of idiotic vocabulary stuff. Words matter, Eric. Words matter. Big time drive from Troy Clemmer as
Point.
they take a point as we move past our own idiocy back to some good pickleball.
7-5-2.
Kristen kind of willing that one over the net. ATP opportunity from Rodriguez, just a little off.
Now, we've seen throughout these 3 games that Troy's formula when he's taking the 3rd shot, it's oftentimes a drive followed by a drop. Keith,
Side out.
I've played with some people who will drive the 5th, the 7th.
The 9th, the 11th.
But then we drop the 13th?
Always drop the 13th.
Ah, okay, just to clarify.
We're working our way up to that 13th shot drop.
Troy's formula of drive and drop has worked perfectly. It seems that they get up to the non-volleys of almost every single time, which maybe goes to show that the 11th shot drive may not always be the right one.
That's a fair assessment. I also want you to know that the people that are issuing your what is it, your PPA certification, whatever, you appreciate you calling it the non-volley zone and not the kitchen.
Second serve.
NVL.
I will.
I don't think you can say that, though,
6-8-2.
when writing it. So, anyway, back to you.
What a reset from Troy on that ball.
Such good moves.
Boy, that's a pretty high-level pickleball point right there. So many things happened.
That's what we call earning the point. A lot to analyze there, but I'll just leave it at that. They earned it.
A fantastic point. Both directions there.
You have 6. You have 6.
I mean, the amount of touch that it takes on your forehand to reset basically an overhead that's at your ankles 2 feet from the kitchen line is incredible, and to do it with the ease that Troy did.
Second serve.
Great let
Yep.
by Rodriguez there. Easiest point to score, let the out ball go, but
So hard.
he's so hard to do. Yep.
Oh boy, what a exchange there of the hands. Clemmer's on a little bit of a run. Oh, Kristen couldn't quite get there and get that plant foot so that she could really like utilize the core there to get what she needed onto that two-hander.
You have 6.
Seems that she may have been just a half step away from where she wanted to be. She was a little stretched. Definitely wants that one back.
I guess it's, you know, in many ways it's kind of like any position that we talk about a lot in sports, like a quarterback making off-platform throws and how hard it is. And it's a great lead by Kristen Clemmer.
And that is extremely difficult because if you think about Kristen's perspective there, she just ran back, hit a lob over her backhand shoulder. And as soon as she hits it, that ball was coming back right at her. She has the wherewithal to not hit it, like most of us do, and let it go out. And that ball was not way out. That ball was out by about 6 inches.
Side out.
A little bit of an easier leave for Troy there, but certainly of his own making because of the ball that he sent to Sarah. Two-handed drive is so good. Oh, what a counter from Ariana Rodriguez.
Yeah, Troy, he went for it there, and Ariana was on it, able to hit a wonderful counter back. Seamless switch by the Clemmers, no communication. They just
None.
seem to know exactly what to do. I believe we are coming up on game points.
10-6-2.
You are correct indeed. Clemmers looking to finish off game number 3. And Troy Clemmer does just that. It seemed like he had just the amount of leverage that he needed to stay in control of that hands battle as he had forced Rodriguez back off the kitchen line.
And you can see and feel the calmness in him hitting those balls. He's hitting them back, hitting with pace, but not swinging so far through that he's not able to recover, seeing the ball well, totally in control, and finish that game with an exhibition.
A 3-game victory for Kristen and Troy Clemmer here, as we will come back right after this with more mixed open play at the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic.
Coach, just a reminder, Princeton Sports and Family Medicine is here, and they're doing diagnostics. You'll find them in front, right next to the metal stand. Dr. McCarthy is great bedside manner and skill set are terrific. They're going to be here for just a little while longer, so if you're thinking about it, take advantage of it. It's a beautiful thing to have available to get some insight into your life.
If you disagree with the call, you can appeal that call to me. If you have any questions. All right, how about Eugene? Pick a number, 1 or 2. It's a 2. Charlotte and Ron, would you like to serve, receive, defer, end? Okay, we're going to serve. And would you like to pick an end? Pick an end? Would you like to pick an end? Okay. So we have up to 2 minutes to warm up, with a reminder at 1 minute. There should be some balls in the buckets over there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Block and Eric Suggs as we're getting set for the backdraw at 4-5 as the Hurricane, Ryan Ciaccio and Charlotte Haley getting set to take on Richa Shah and Eugene Zaslavsky. Zaslavsky and Shah fresh off of a win against a really quality team. Again, we have Divin Bat and Joey Engelman. So this one shapes up to be a pretty good one. It's 1 game to 15 here, Suggs. You change your approach in the 1 to 15 versus the best 2 out of 3?
No, I don't think so. I think you know your game. You're right. You want to stick to your game. You want to try to take away any strengths that your opponents may have, and hopefully not get exposed on your own weaknesses. I mean, it's a game to 15, just like a game to 11, Keith, except 4 more points.
That's right. And I was an English major, and I even understood that. We have one of the best in the business, Tom Connolly, officiating over there at Championship Court 5.
1-0-2.
Tom Connolly certainly knows the game, a 5-0 player himself. Also gives lessons here at Mercer Bucks. Certainly a great player and now expanding his career in the refereeing context.
That was an interesting, I think Charlotte and Ryan was looking to Charlotte to say, hey, was that out?
Fall. Stop play. That was a fall. You have to wait till I call the score in its entirety. No, I didn't call it. Second serve.
A very literal interpretation of the rule book there, as if you play with an official, you wait till the official calls the score before you serve.
0-1-2.
It's like you did not get a warning for this draconian rule.
It does feel rather draconian, if you ask me. Great job by Charlotte there as Richa
1-0-1.
unwinds.
Second serve.
Drop just a little short there from Charlotte. Great stretch there from Ciaccio just to try to keep that ball in play.
0-1-1.
Yeah, Ryan Ciaccio is one of those players who will make you work. He will get to many balls. He's quick on his feet. He has good anticipation, and certainly always gives 110% effort. So he's going to make you work, and you hit that 1 or 2 extra shots.
0-1-2.
The hopes that you're going to miss one.
We can be, as facetious as we want to be here, but Ryan Ciaccio is certainly one of the nicest human beings on literally walking the planet. So pretty easy to root for him.
1-0-1.
And similarly to Troy Clemmer, Ryan's not exactly a rote. This is how I play exactly how everybody would teach somebody to play pickleball in terms of his strokes, and Troy has obviously the two-handed forehand, and Ryan has a very peculiar approach to some of his forehands, and it's disorienting if you've never played against him initially.
Absolutely, definitely a little bit unorthodox, and if you haven't played, he can usually gain a couple points off you until you make those adjustments.
But he just has such great touch. You see there with those back-to-back drops to get he and Healy to the kitchen.
Now engaged in this 4-person ritualistic kitchen exchange back and forth.
Side out.
I don't know if the 4.0 to Pro podcast is okay with you pilfering that.
0-2-1.
Oh, I think they would be very happy about it.
We're going to have to make a phone call.
Clip it and send it to him.
Second serve.
Ciaccio is tracking that one down despite the fact that it was a little long.
Back to what you said, that Ryan's one of the nicest guys ever. I've played a fair amount of games with Ryan. He's the type of guy who I could be dinking cross court, and if he's my partner, I'll leave one up, and the player across from Ryan will slam it down on him, and Ryan will turn to me and go, "Oh, sorry, man. I screwed that up. I shouldn't have been able to get that one."
Yeah. What a play from Ciaccio there to be able to, but just that extra quarter second, Eric, for him to be able to be calm and put that ball in the right spot.
And change the direction of it, right? Rather than just going straight ahead, he went cross court, which disorients his opponent.
2-1-2. Side out.
Charlotte Healy, one of those players that every time I play against her, deceptive amount, like she hits a heavy ball, as some people do, and some people just don't. But Charlotte is just one of those players that doesn't do a lot with her hands, but then the ball is just on you and very heavy.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly leads to a little deception.
I'm interested here, Suggs. This is the first time I've ever seen Eugene Zaslavsky play, and similar to Troy, he holds the paddle so high up at the neck with his right hand, but he's not hitting it with two hands at all, and he's still getting a tremendous amount of power.
Yeah, and I watched him on that point. At no point did he move his hand at all. He has it fully choked up, which I can't see from here.
He has a finger on, too.
Is it an elongated paddle, or is it a hybrid?
No, it's an elongated.
So it's interesting to use an elongated but not use the length. But as you can see right here, he knows how to hit the ball and did it quite effectively to win the point.
No doubt about it. I mean, I guess if you can still generate that kind of pace, the amount of control that you're getting by holding it up that high, the only disadvantage I see is, you're losing a couple of inches of reach there, but it doesn't seem to bother him much.
No, he really, as you're watching him, it's the hand being choked up makes it as if the paddle is an extension
of his hand.
Yeah, as opposed to holding a paddle, and most of us feel it's a paddle. It seems almost as if he has that one finger behind the paddle as well, which just is going to give him that much more control.
You saw the power of Charlotte Healy there as Zaslavsky
Second serve.
goes to great angle to win that point there.
And that was a good use of
2-4-2.
good use of the angle. He didn't hit it that hard, but there's only so much space on this court, and Ryan Ciaccio ran out of room.
Oh, Healy
Side out.
actually well positioned there for the ATP defense, but just mishit it.
I think Charlotte Healy expected a
4-2-1.
lower ball.
Yes.
And she was crouched down a little bit with her paddle low, which is where you want to be in that circumstance. And
Second
the
serve.
ball ended up being high. Ryan there, I don't know if it was a nice leave or a matter of survival, or perhaps both there, got out of the way.
4-2-2.
He's got a smile on his face with his, he's wearing goggles, so all good there.
Some showing off the potential for some fantastic dance
Side
moves
out.
as well after the point.
2-4-1.
Good hold there from Healy and Ciaccio to get the serve back. Try to crawl a little closer. Ryan just disappointed
Second
with
serve.
himself there as he left that one up a bit.
2-4-2.
You know, if you watch Zaslavsky, sorry,
Side out.
Eugene,
Yeah, you were on it.
Was
you, were
I?
on, you were.
Zaslavsky?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You're on it.
So if you
4-2-1.
watch him, he has very good footwork and anticipation as he's constantly moving. He's constantly reading the ball, which has led to many situations where he's balanced, he's able to hit a good shot.
5-2-1.
You can see how focused he is, I'll call it off ball, when he's not the one actually hitting the ball. Right there.
Yes.
He just did it. He saw Ryan's paddle look like he's going cross court. He's already in a full sprint to that position. So when Eugene hit that ball, he's perfectly balanced and he's not stretched out.
6-2-1.
What a play from Ciaccio to keep that point going.
Oh, and
Point.
Ultimately, just a little too much power.
yeah, Ciaccio was able to fight off that net cord. It looked like they got
Timeout
back
receiver,
in.
7-2-1.
But
1
they're going
minute.
to take a minute to talk about it, see if we have a little bit of strategy talk, or could be the Apple Danish.
I feel like this is less of an Apple Danish timeout maybe than, hey, let's refocus and dial ourselves back into the stuff that we know works well for us. I think maybe those last couple points, Healy and Ciaccio found themselves playing a little more of the game that Zaslavsky would want to play, as opposed to maybe the one that they want to play.
I agree. I want it to be an Apple Danish timeout now that we've coined that term.
This is kind of like the four-person virtual kitchen exchange. Royalties will be owed, I would say. The bill is in the mail. Should anyone, in all of the massive internet pickleball broadcasts that exist throughout the world, where the announcing is obviously as high quality as what you're getting right now from us, I will be sending invoices.
Of course, and as we know, if we are able to get some intellectual property rights on the Apple Danish timeout, it's not a patent. We know that. It's not an invention.
Obviously not.
New, novel, unique. Certainly it could be a copyright and possibly
Time in.
trademark.
7-2-1.
Now we're talking. It's got, like Coach K, right, with three-peat?
Yeah, but that's just intellectual property 101. We all know that.
Obviously, and I know a good attorney, so it's fine.
Back to the
Another good play there from Zaslavsky.
Timeout, change ends, 1 minute. 8-2-1.
Is there an Apple Danish end exchange?
There can be.
Okay.
I think I'd also, side exchange, end exchange is a timeout, and I think you could make that timeout whatever you want it to be.
If we only talk a little strategy, can it be an Apple Danish timeout with a little bit of frosting?
It can be. You could eat the Danish while talking strategy.
I do love me a good apple. We call it, I'm Pollock, so we call it apple turnover. When we get, come from Judicki's Bakery in Bayonne. So good. So good. cheaping on the frosting, though, as the years go by, which can't really endorse that.
It just doesn't seem that that's a place where to cut costs on frosting.
I don't know. And it's really just one of the best parts. It's like the ends of a Pop-Tart, you know? Like, you got, like, the question is always, do you eat the ends of the Pop-Tart? You just break them off? Do you do... And then there's some heathens out there that I've learned eat Pop-Tarts without frosting. They just, like, they purchase them of the ones without frosting, which, you're a serial killer if you do that. I don't have any answer for you.
Highly concerning. Great deep return by Healy.
What a great job by Siaccio, too, but set up by Charlotte there.
Yep. That Ryan had the winner, but that certainly was Charlotte's doing on her return.
2-9-1.
What a get from Siaccio in the middle. And
Second serve.
Yeah, and you know, you see Shaw and Zavlosky are they're just doing the right things, right? They're making the right shots. They're executing those shots. They're not doing anything where you look and say, whoa, wow, did you see that? It's fundamentals, it's smart decisions, and it's allowing them to control the points. And, you know, Siaccio and Healy are playing great defense, but you'd rather be playing great offense than great defense.
No doubt. Something you love right there. Zaslavsky threw in a change of pace serve. You do that more than any other 5 people I see play pickleball, so I'm sure you love seeing something like that.
Yeah, he threw in the lob serve, and I wonder if he was actually going to hit it to Siaccio as well. He did not, but when you change your serve, you can actually do it twice in a row if you want, because assuming you won the point, you're now hitting to someone else, and you can catch them off guard as well. Great dig by Eugene there.
What a point. Richa just unfazed seemingly by the power. And you know what? I think you could get a little off kilter because Ryan wasn't really set. So because he's moving maybe a little bit more than what you would see in a typical hands battle.
Receivers, 12-2-1.
You know, you might have to
1 minute.
Get a little squirrely, but she did not.
Yep. And on that missed return, Zaslavsky again changed up his serve. He took a little pace off. He put a little side spin on, had it deep, and got Healy to miss there.
Yeah.
Again, these little things, they add up. They can earn you a point here and there, and ultimately can win you the match.
They are well on their way here at 10-2 in this game to 15 in the back draw of the 4.5. It's the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs live from Ewing. Happy to be bringing this to you. We're listening to yesterday's broadcast as we were watching a little bit of basketball post-lacrosse yesterday. And we said, you know, let's just go over there. Let's just go take control of this thing. Pretty much. Nobody even invited me here. I just came.
That is true. I told you I was doing this.
Did not call the score yet.
Ooh, it'd be interesting here to see.
Ask me the score that's separate than actually calling.
So
it's okay. This is a replay. I didn't start saying it. It's a replay now.
Feels
12-2-1.
Similarly weird, and to the first one. So no fault on that one.
I think that's the right thing to do there, though. You don't want technicalities,
Second
deciding
serve.
points. You want the players to decide it if you can.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Great job by Siaccio there to
side out.
Fend that off and go with the Scorpion.
2-12-1.
Oh, that's just...
Second serve.
That's what you don't want when you're down 2-12.
No, you don't.
It hurts that much more.
I watched Ryan think through almost throwing the hat there as well. He took it off his head, thought about throwing it, but didn't.
Side out.
That's just tough. We've all been to that spot. Somebody hits a great shot, you're able to get it back, and you're just hoping maybe they make an error. But no dice there for Siaccio and Healy. Great job there to
Point.
keep that point going.
(13-2-1).
Zaslavsky and Shaw firmly in control of this one.
Now, Keith,
Second serve.
if you're Ciaccio and Healy here, obviously a big hole, 213, what are you thinking they can do? What adjustments can they make?
Quite frankly,
13-2-2.
I'm thinking we need to just do some small things. Maybe we need to play to some angles. I think we need to make sure that in this, Zarowski's been so able to control most of the points. I would see if we can get the ball to reach a little bit more. We're not able to do it there on that point, as Eugene just able to control that point
14-2-2.
and to set up a match point. Oh, and miscommunication there
15-2
from Healy and Ciaccio on match point. And, you know, I like that from Eugene there, because that was the first one of the game too. You know, just he was very content to try some different things that were not like desperation moves either. Like that was a strategic move on his part.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for a while. My goal is to be able to, each game I play in on a competitive level, if I can throw in one effective third shot lob. Typically you don't see it at the higher level, but like what we just saw there to end the game at the right time, it's a very effective shot, and it keeps your opponents guessing. Maybe next time they don't approach us quickly, and now you have another advantage.
Right, and it's not like he had done that twice before in the match. It was something that you really weren't expecting, because, you know, typically somebody who lobs, they lob, right?
Lobbers lob.
Lobbers lob. Like, we know this about pickleballers, right? And for him to be able to, it's almost like the trick play that you hold on to in the playbook from week 4, and then you pull it out in week 17. You know, they practice it every week but never use it, and then the head coach finally pulls the trigger on it as he did there on match point. So an impressive job there from those two, as Healy and Ciaccio are eliminated out of the back draw of 4.5. We'll be back with a little more pickleball. I believe, judging by who's warming up on court 5, Sarah and Rodriguez, potentially a little bit more from the open division in mixed in Ewing.
now. Okay, everybody understands line calling responsibilities in the appeal process, correct? Please make any out calls loud, clear, and prompt. Any questions for me? One or two? So one. Serve, receive, and defer. So Ariana and Oscar are serving, correct? With this end? Okay, you get 3 minutes to warm up. I'll give you a 1 minute warning. Take that off first.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs live from Ewing as we are in the bronze medal match of the Open Division of mixed play. Easy for me to say. So, Suggs, you want to explain to everybody what the format is here and kind of where we are as the Clemmers wait in the wings?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the backdraw. Each of these teams has lost in the winner's bracket, the best 2 out of 3. Those matches are played. This is a 1 game to 15. The loser of this game will win the bronze medal, whereas the winner of the game will advance to the gold medal match and will have to play the Clemmers in a best out of 3 for the gold medal match. And if the team who advances from this bracket beats the Clemmers, best 2 out of 3, they'll actually have to play 1 more game to 15. So bottom line, loser of this game here gets the bronze, winner advances to the gold medal match.
So this is a medal match. Everything from here on in the Open Division is for a medal. And actually that's what ended up happening in the Open Division of both genders yesterday as Taylor Hartman and Lindsey Thiong battled back out of that back draw and pretty convincingly took 2 out of 3 in that gold medal match and then dominated that game to 15. And Roger Mosteller able to do that as well, as we saw him playing with Hartman today before she got hurt. Sarah and Rodriguez taking advantage there. We saw them play earlier. This is the Court 5 debut for Sarah Mulhern and Mikhail Volbach. Suggs, something that Mikhail has that you and I will never ever have, and that is long limbs, and that's a big advantage.
And the benefit of long limbs also, so he's got obviously long legs, he's a tall man, hard to lob, hard to get the ball over him, and of course at the non-volley zone while playing, he's going to have that extra reach, which not only allows him just to get to some extra balls, but has that element of surprise where you may hit a ball against 90% of your opponents that you think is going to land in the kitchen or is a good shot. He's able to reach in and likely take that ball out of the air to attack.
You saw the versatility from Oscar Serra there, as he had pretty much showed everything in the arsenal in that 1 point. Speed up, reset, drop, lob, and ultimately a winner. You're seeing something here. We talked to Oscar kind of in between games, and they love when Ariana Rodriguez is able to hit thirds because it frees Oscar up to roam a little bit.
Side out.
You saw him hit Oscar with an oops. Thought he took some fans out.
It's like going to a baseball game, right? Got to pay attention for those foul balls.
It's what's on the back of the ticket, right? You know, it says you waive all indemnity. Some lawyer like you drew that up, I'm sure.
Second serve.
Rodriguez and Serra just
0-3-2.
seemingly feeling like they have the power advantage again in this game and looking to speed up early. Boy, you see Bull back there in that long reach.
And now we saw something different, what Serra and Rodriguez did there. They did not unwind the stack. They actually did a fake, which kept Oscar on the right, where he's traditionally been playing on the left. We'll see if they stick with some more deception on unwinding, or if they stick with their traditional method of keeping Oscar on the left, which, some really good hands by Oscar, just pounding the ball, and on that last one, just missed it, and it landed about 2 inches out.
And I was going to say, great hands by Sarah Mulhern to stay in that and get to her two-hander.
I agree with that.
Side out.
Mulhern's had some fantastic resets so far, as you see that Sarah very content to target her early in this game.
Volbach once again putting his length on display, but was not able to come out on top of that hands battle.
I'm always jealous of the dudes that are, just to have that inherent physical advantage. One of our other good friends, as you know him very well, Chris Venuto, not the tallest dude in the world, but just long, just very long, gets to everything, takes a lot of stuff out of the air. And what an advantage. Because you feel like you have just that much less room to miss. Otherwise, the ball could be, in the chest of your partner on a ball that you otherwise think is pretty good. But
hey, but us shorter guys, we can get to those low dinks.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
the balls that you can't attack.
That's right. It's fantastic. We get to just die a slow death.
Waiting to pop one up to the tall guy?
Yes, that's correct.
Or not even pop one up, just hit a normal shot to the tall guy who's able to put it away.
Very patient from Sarah.
Really nice reset by Sarah there, just getting the ball back, keeping it low, and ultimately resulting in Team Sarah Rodriguez making the unforced error.
Gave a little, stuck her tongue out over here in this direction, saying, can't believe I did that. Don't really, prior to this, wasn't super familiar with Volbach or Mulhern's games, but boy, you're seeing some pretty fundamental pickleball and tremendous athleticism here out of that pairing. So it's no wonder they are in this position that they are in, taking it to Rodriguez and Sarah at the moment.
Very hard to get anything by them. They reset everything, keep the point alive, and then wait for their moment to attack. They've done it very effectively.
The reset game has been so good.
transition zone, Mulhern is just every time these balls are being hit are so hard, and she's able to hit it perfectly. Sarah goes for the lob there and just comes up a little short, and Mulhern's able to put it away.
6-4-1.
That felt like a time where I might have called timeout. And of course, that's you know, you end up you get what you want out of that if you're
6-4-2.
Sarah and Rodriguez.
Longer, patient ping battles we've had of this game so far.
Who's gonna blink first is the question, and it's Volbach.
And what's so hard is that, so Volbach, I was about to say, has not touched the ball for maybe 15 shots.
Yeah.
He's engaged in the point, he's moving back and forth. But that's how it goes sometimes, where you haven't touched the ball, they hit a ball to you. There's nothing fancy about that, but and he didn't miss it by much. It hit the top of the tape, but if you get uninvolved, sometimes you miss the shot once you do get it.
No doubt.
Second serve.
That's something we haven't seen much of from Oscar Serra
4-6-2.
in the matches we've seen, is him leaving a ball up as high as that one was. He's been pretty much on target this entire day. He was maybe looking for an Ernie there and thought better of it.
Yeah, we're seeing a fairly strong targeting of
Sarah Mulhern.
Mulhern, sorry. But she's absolutely holding her own. And
yeah,
she's hitting great shots, whether it's coming from Sarah, it's coming from Rodriguez, and ultimately resulting in what just happened here, in that eventually a ball's up, and with Volbach's length, he's able to come in and put it away.
Second serve.
The strategy thus far of targeting her, to your point, has been a brute force attack. And I wonder if at some point they don't change that strategy and say, hey, let's go 85% and let's get the ball down a little bit, because they're obviously doing a great job of getting the ball back to us off of our speed ups like that one.
Yeah.
And Rodriguez just didn't get as much on that as she wanted.
But Mulhern has shown she does not mind pace
at all.
The kitchen. And almost as if she says, I'm comfortable dinking, I'll do this with you all day, and you want to speed it up at me? Great, I'm fine with that too.
And the other thing I'm now, like, with a little bit of retrospect, is that one was just a little impatient from Volbach. But the first point of this match, if you remember, was a shake and bake-ish type point, and maybe gave them some confidence to say, all right, well, this is what's going to work. And they haven't really come off that yet.
Had a nice recovery by Sarah. The third was up a little bit, but beautiful reset on the fifth. A couple more nice resets, waiting for his opportunity to attack. It's a little love from the net, puts it away.
That's something that is, you know, the net cord points seemingly have not affected Sarah at all. His hand-eye is just spot on. That's just a rocket from Rodriguez.
Yeah, and Mulhern seemed to be on it, but it just came with such pace. It just went off the side of her paddle, a little bit of a miss hit.
6-7-1.
Rodriguez and Sarah crawling back in this one. 1-15 for the bronze medal of the open division. And that one just a bit wide. That's a great ball from Rodriguez. And that's what I think we were talking about there, right? She took just something off and got that ball down. And again, the action that she puts on the ball because of the amount of spin she has.
Yep, and really good teamwork too in that Sarah had a great deep serve. Mulhern was a little slow coming up. Rodriguez recognized it, and rather than hitting it, like you just said, rather than hitting it 100%, she hit it 70, 80%, which allowed the ball to dip over the net, and it was a tough ball for Mulhern.
We just watched a Volbach I'm 7 feet tall point there. Oh, had one there.
Almost had another one.
Yes, and I'll bet you he'll be content to play that point all day long because that's certainly up enough for him.
Yep, while that miss doesn't feel good, you walk away saying, I'll do that again.
Lloyd, timeout, change ends, 8-7-2, 1 minute.
Well, getting our money's worth here in the bronze medal match as well, as this one pretty tight as the teams will change ends at 8-7. That match on court 6 has been going on forever. I mean, I'm dead serious. Chris D'Amato and Nicole Devine on court 6, seemingly a never-ending. I feel like that started like before the Siaccio Healy match started, and it's still going.
Well, maybe it's, I don't know the team that they're playing, but I do know that Nicole and Chris are both scrappy players and that they get everything back, so maybe we've had a lot of long points. I don't know.
It's possible. Chris D'Amato just willing that point to victory. He probably hit 18 shots.
8-7-2.
So Sarah Mulhern up a point.
Lloyd.
Now,
we
we have not seen that from Mulhern yet. It seemed that she was waiting for it. A little off-speed, speed up right down the seam in the middle. I think that caught Rodriguez off guard a little bit because I haven't seen it before.
Yeah. Very, very impressed with her game.
Side out.
And, you know, something that, you know, I'm noticing that I think we take for granted when the level of play is this high, but I guess it stands out to me a little bit more just because of how tall both Mulhern and Volbach are. The balance level is the two of them are seemingly perfectly balanced pretty much on everything, even when they have to chase something down.
That was actually very sneaky speed up by Sarah. Mulhern was able to get it back. However, Sarah was able to end the point a couple shots later.
Oscar putting that one away with the two-y, and you know, we saw that a little bit too, that, you know, when he ratchets it up a little bit from a movement standpoint, you got to wonder if now maybe that shot gives him, and there it is, you see it, that he's going to start doing maybe a little bit more and go from a level 3 to a level 5 or 6.
And on that last put away, Sarah knew exactly what his limits were. He saw that ball up, he read it, he said, I could stretch all the way out and I can get there, and I have a ball up that I can put away. And he was able to do it, and
unfortunate for Mulhern, fortunate for Sarah.
a great reaction time by the fan in the back there who was about to take that ball to the face.
Right to the face. So you can see Sarah apologizing for it now.
Sarah's apologizing, has indicated he will give a free autograph after the game.
Virtually assuredly is not actually sorry.
I think he is.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a nice
that
guy.
guy's uninvolved.
Right? Like, you're not sorry when you hit your opponent real hard in the chest, you pretend to be. But if you hit an older gentleman who's a fan, I think he means it.
Certainly not sorry about hitting the winner, I'll tell you that.
No, certainly not. Nor do I think he was apologizing for that.
They pulled back even at 9. And that one,
Timeout receivers,
you know,
12.
Rodriguez just showing the kind of power she has, because she went right at Volbach's forehand there, and he was a tick behind it. But that's risky business, quite frankly. If you want to go down that road a couple more times, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's when you may not want to go back to the well too many times. You take your gains, I guess you'd say,
Yeah.
and be happy about it. But and I don't think Rodriguez thinks that is necessarily the strategy going forward. But we've said this before, doing a shot that is somewhat inconsistent with what your repertoire has been throughout the game can buy you a point here and there and test your opponents.
And you know what? I think one of the things you figure smartly can happen off of that is you've now shown that, and even though you don't want to go back to it, now maybe you go into the body a little bit more. You show, hey, I'm coming down the middle, and then at the last second, you know, these players are skilled enough they can change where they're headed and maybe chicken wing a little bit.
Yep, that shot needs to be respected going forward now.
Yes.
Gives you other opportunities. Great dig from Mulhern again.
Oh, that was such a good dink from Rodriguez. That it looked like that was a ball that Mulhern maybe would have had to take out of the air.
And I think she thought about it.
Yeah, and then because of that, she ended up being a tick behind.
13-9-1.
Yeah, and as we all know, your worst enemy in pickleball is indecision.
That is another one that I think that Sarah and Rodriguez, as you see the smile from Oscar, says we'll play that point all day. Letting Ariana run over and hit that tui.
13-9-2.
The Eric Suggs' favorite volley lob. And it pays off with the point for Sarah and Rodriguez.
Love a good volley lob.
As somebody who has been on the receiving end of far too many of those from you, I can tell you I like it considerably less. Great patience there from Mulhern not to do too much.
Point game match, 15-9.
A big time run there at the end for Sarah and Rodriguez as they move on to take on the Clemmers in a rematch of an earlier game from today. And Sarah Mulhern and Mikhail Volbach will walk home with the bronze. No small feat there for sure. Incredibly impressed with those two, even though that's the first time we've seen them.
Yeah, just their game, a lot of respect for it. Really, you saw the number of digs, the resets that they were able to get. And generally speaking, the patience in saying, I will dink with you all day, and I will wait till you make an error, and when you do, I will punish you for it.
That's correct.
Really great game, just walking home with the bronze medal. Obviously, they'd like to move on, but certainly a substantial accomplishment.
Well, I think we've kind of got what we wanted here in the open division is we're going to have that rematch. Sarah and Rodriguez against Kristen and Troy Clemmer for the gold medal in the mixed open division of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We'll be back with that in just a little while. Thanks for listening. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Ewing, New Jersey. Keith Glock and Eric Suggs at the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We're getting set for the gold medal match in mixed open division. Kristen and Troy Clemmer against Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez. Mr. Suggs, the entire seemingly Mercer County pickleball world is here. Pickleball Pete Carter in attendance, holding court as he usually does.
Yes, just outside of his jurisdiction, though, as mayor of Veterans Park, but certainly a welcome guest.
Gotta love him. Gotta love him. Recovering from a very traumatic injury. Got the go-ahead from the doctor the other day to start playing again. So, you know, his mayorship will begin again shortly upon the Veterans Park pickleball season opening.
I told him, when you play 9 hours of pickleball a day, it can lead to injuries.
That's what happens. It seems seemingly a recurring injury too for Pete, but you know, it is what it is. So I'm excited here. Suggs, obviously this is a match that we saw earlier in the day. The Clemmers took it in 3 games, I should say. You know, when you have to come back and play a team a second time, what changes for you? Do you change anything? How do you approach it?
Well, the tricky thing is if you won, you likely have less to change. Hopefully you can acknowledge some things maybe you can do better. Typically the team that did not come out on top, in this case Serra and Rodriguez, hopefully recognize some of the things the Clemmers did that made them uncomfortable and made some points difficult and can make those changes. But it is very difficult when you're playing. These teams are so close together in skill level. It can be so hard as the Clemmers to say, all right, we beat you 2 out of 3. We're going to do it again. But we'll see. And we know here the format, it will be best of 3. And if Team Serra Rodriguez were to win, there will be 1 more game to 15. If, however, the Clemmers were to win the best of 3, then they will be the gold medal champions. And Serra and Rodriguez will take home the silver.
Something that we were chatting with Oscar between games. I think we can talk about it now. I didn't want to say the exact conversation previous to this because you never know who's listening and want to get things back to them. But I also don't think it's a state secret. And that's an incredible 2-handed rip winner from Serra. You know, Oscar was making a joke that they didn't give us anything of what we wanted because I hit every third, which, on its face, I think some people would say, well, that doesn't make any sense. You would typically not want the guy to hit thirds. But for Oscar and Ariana, it's the opposite way because of Ariana's power, and they want to let Oscar hunt.
Yeah, it's a combination of Ariana's ability to drive the ball so effectively, and then equally Serra's ability to crash the net, have that composure when they get what is hopefully a pop-up, that's what they're looking for, and to put the ball away.
Shake and bakes are what they're seeking, and in the first matchup anyway, according to Oscar, the Clemmers didn't allow them to do it. So that's something to keep an eye on here too, as they're now serving at 1-2, who the thirds are going to. And again, you see one going to Serra. And this is the kind of thing, maybe seemingly microscopic to, and wow, Kristen just teed off there on that ball in the middle. Seemingly, maybe other people wouldn't even notice that. And I can tell you right now, knowing, Kristen and Troy's history, it's not a mistake or not an accident that's happening.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, it's the exact opposite of what you typically see at a lower level. Lower level, they're trying to keep the ball away from the male who presumably has a big drive. Or here it's the exact opposite. Not that Oscar doesn't have a big drive, but I think it's a combination of his ability to crash and have a complement to Ariana's ability as well.
I think that's a repeat of a point we saw earlier of Oscar with that split second of indecision about whether to hit his backhand or his forehand, and it left him, that quarter second behind.
Yeah, because he got the ball he wanted, and he just couldn't put it away the way he wanted to.
3-1-2.
We see once again. Troy employing a drive of the third, a drop of the fifth, and seemingly getting to the kitchen almost every time through that recipe.
It's the first time we've seen that cut forehand dink from Rodriguez in a while. And I feel like that was a little subtle change there. And it just kind of threw the pacing of the point off a little bit for the Clemmers and brought it over to their side.
Yeah, and it's tricky when this is now the fourth game that these teams have played against each other today. There must be at least a fifth game, and if not more. And it gets difficult as the day goes on because everybody tends to settle into what they know and what they like to do. Where the key is you have to be able to effectively make enough changes to keep your opponents guessing, while at the same time, you don't want to totally get away from your game and start doing some wacky things that may not work. So it's just finding that balance when you're playing 5, 6, 7, 8 games against people who you probably already know pretty well.
Yep. Kristen putting a forehand speed up into the net there. I don't know if that ball just didn't come up maybe as high as she thought.
We've seen this a few times now. We get into that cross-court forehand dinking exchange between the ladies. The men are hunting, looking for an opportunity. Troy finds one to walk in, and we've seen this too, where Troy will come across, dink to Oscar. Oscar is then able to go aggressive dink cross court, and then Troy puts the ball up a little bit higher than he wants to, and ultimately that shook out to Team Sarah Rodriguez's advantage.
I think Oscar and Kristen know that last point, Oscar maybe got away with one there.
Yeah.
Second serve.
Great shot up the line there from the Clemmers.
And now we've seen this most of the day. The Clemmers have been employing what I'll call a three-quarter stack. When they're serving, they will ensure that Troy is always on the left, Kristen on the right. But then it seems that when Troy is receiving, they will unwind the stack to keep Troy on the left. Whereas if Kristen is receiving, they will they will not switch, so that Kristen is on the left, Troy is on the right.
Ball came up there and got Kristen just underneath the chin, but certainly nothing you could do about that. Just had a wacky amount of spin on it and came up a little bit higher than she thought.
Yeah, she looks like she's okay.
Yeah.
Side out.
Oscar going down to his knees. Just didn't hit that one all the way.
3-5-1.
What do you know? Drive drop by Troy.
Yeah.
Second serve. 3-5-2.
That's an insane drive from Troy in terms of the amount of movement on that ball. That looked like a Roger Clemens split finger fastball from 1999. The bottom just fell right out of it.
Yeah, a bit more of a drip.
Yeah.
It took some pace off, but got a little extra spin. The ball just dove right over the
5-4-1.
5-4-1. We've had a very evenly matched game here. No one gaining a clear advantage. As we've returned back to cross-court dinking exchange. Ariana leaves one up just a tad, and Kristen's able to put it away.
I wonder if that type of dink that she's been giving Kristen in this game is like, honestly, the first time I saw it, I mentioned it. It's that slice forehand as opposed to the topspin. She hit the topspin forehand dink almost exclusively in all the other matches we've seen. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, great hands battle and a great read by Sarah. He knew that was out as soon as it came to the slice battle.
6-4-2.
I think Ariana thought she was hitting that ball too on that third. And no, they're going to get lucky there off the net cord.
Pickleball is funny. It will keep you humble no matter what, because there will always be some points where there's nothing you can do about it. And that was that net cord on that last one.
That drop from Sarah, so underrated a shot because of how much insane spin Troy had put on that return. And that was just Troy almost baiting her into hitting that shot.
Rodriguez seemed to say, let me try this right here. And afterwards says, okay, now I know.
Not yet. Not going to try that one again.
And Troy makes it look easy, so
yes.
maybe it didn't look as impressive, but I can tell you that was an extremely impressive shot by Troy, that as he's moving backwards, he leaves the ground and jumping in the air, going backwards, and is able to reach up behind the ball and get a very strong overhead, really, when he did not have the best balance on it, because it was a quality lob. It wasn't a bad lob.
No,
it was just a great overhead.
Another volley lob there.
And the finesse there also of Troy to get that lob, not hit his wife in the head,
yes,
and yet also have it pass just over the net. Ultimately, the point didn't work out for them, but always a good thing not to hit the misses in the back of the head with the ball.
Oscar, though, ultimately, and you saw the same exact thing from Ariana there, as there's the violent hands at the net. You know, very quiet. You know, the motto is, right, start where you finish, finish where you start, and you know, hands are quiet right up until the violent action, and they're able to get so much pace because of that. Great reset. Did we call that out, or was that?
Again, the length of time to make the call, I can only assume they're going to call it in, which they did. Oscar did a nice job there. He was moving without the ball. It seemed to have invited Kristen's shot down the line to his backhand. He was able to counter it, ultimately leading to Ariana's put away.
Maybe went to the well one too many times there.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was one too many times, maybe just a bit too early.
Yeah.
Sarah may have been chasing that ball a bit.
Yeah, had committed to the Tui and wasn't quite where he thought he needed to be to dink it.
Both the ladies cutting their forehand, dinking cross court here, keeping that ball low with the slice. And Rodriguez was able to just get a little bit of a deeper, wider angle on Kristen, and ultimately leading to the miss.
I really don't think that you can undersell that. I know obviously we've been talking about it for the duration of this match, but I think it's been one of the major differences. I just feel like Kristen was seemingly very comfortable with Ariana's topspin dinks and is decidedly less comfortable now that she started to cut more of them. .35 drive drop again from Troy, gets into the net easily. What a counter from Kristen. And even better from Ariana. What a point for Rodriguez. And you see Kristen Klemmer there just taking something off of it. And oh, in the last second, Ariana tried to tell Oscar to leave the ball, but he was committed.
Can you grab that ball for us, please? By the camera.
Just waiting for the ball retrieval from court 6.
Another, as you said, you could do 2 in a row there to change it up, and Kristen did so there. And again, you're seeing that Kristen not nearly as comfortable with those cut forehand dinks from Ariana. Another one in the net.
9-6-1.
ATP, huge from Rodriguez.
It was a good shot by Kristen because it wasn't one that had such a sharp angle, but Ariana was able to wait to hit that ball despite being up against the fence because there is not too much room over there. It's a beautiful ATP.
That was fantastic. Game point here for Sarah and Rodriguez. Sarah left that ball, and he's left scratching his nose because of the fantastic work from the Clemmers there on that one.
You saw Sarah had the read on the ATP. He was there, and he saw it. He said, this is likely going to be out, and it just caught the line.
Again, the violent hands of Oscar Serra.
6-10-2.
That's a great serve again from Troy. And that time it was Rodriguez who was a little short on that dink.
7-10-2.
Troy so calm.
The number of shots there, just how he remained in control, starting all the way with the fifth shot. He was on the move and had to chase that ball down and was able to hit a forehand slice that just floats over the net and allowed him to get in. And then as the point developed, just kept making fundamental, seemingly simple shots.
Ball just a little up from Kristen. And the serve goes back now to Sarah and Rodriguez.
10-8-1.
A huge moment here if they can snag game one on this serve. Or at least on this set here. They obviously have a second chance, but you'd really just like to get the 11th point here and not send it back to the Clemmers if you're Sarah and Rodriguez.
And that's it.
Game 11-8.
Hell of a time to toss in your first return error of the match. And Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez take game one of this gold medal match from Kristen and Troy Clemmer. And they still have work to do, though, Suggs. They have need one of the next two games and then a game to 15 as they're the ones battling back from the backside of the draw.
Yep, and yeah, we have the count on the day. Obviously, Clemmers took the first match 2 out of 3, and now Sarah and Rodriguez took the first game of the second match. But if you were to take the overall, it's 2-2.
Yes.
So this is anybody's game at this point. I think this is going to come down to the wire. I'm pretty excited about it.
You don't sound as excited as maybe you could be. Just saying. Maybe still have the energy level match the level of excitement.
The camera isn't on my face. You can see just the enormous smile as if I were eating an apple Danish.
We got to make sure we don't overdo this one, though. I like where we're at with it right now. But
you know what the thing is, though? I don't think anyone's been listening the whole time.
That's definitely fair.
So at this point, no one even knows what we're talking about.
That's totally true.
Yeah.
We like dessert here on this thing. Let's just say that. Game number 2 of 3 potentially. Actually, 3 definitely, I should say now, right? If they
Well, if you include the would-be to 15.
Either the Clemmers win the next 2 and we're going to play 3, or
Absolutely.
they win 1 and then we're going to 15, so we're playing 3 games either way.
That's right.
Great reset from Ariana Rodriguez there, getting the ball behind Troy Clemmer.
Yeah, really just the ability to hit the ball down there. Speed up came at her. She was ready for it, had her hands out, got it down at Troy's feet.
That's the thing, it wasn't even quite a counter, it was more of a block, but she ended up getting a pretty decent amount of pace on it.
Exactly.
Thank you, paddle technology, I suppose. And ATP opportunity there as Kristen Clemmer cashes in. Oscar Sarah tried to defend, but I mean, I don't know that you're defending that, so it's just, that would have been tough.
No, that ball was low. Probably would have hit the line or just inside if it hadn't hit Oscar's foot. Nothing you can do there.
That ball just a little up, and Ariana has no problem finishing it off. Things maybe getting a little, Sarah maybe forced that one a little bit. And that's atypical of what we've seen from him so far. That's the first one we've seen Troy kind of miss-hit all day.
Yeah, it looked like it was just out of his reach, may have hit off the tip of the paddle, resulting in that miss-hit.
He seems to be just as surprised as us, shaking his head.
Boy, switched hands there. It's just long. You see Troy doing that from time to time. He'll, one of the few people that can play with either hand, given the situation. It's the second time we've seen Rodriguez try to speed up through the middle there, and that time it did not go her way. Ben, maybe, still thinking about it, as we've said.
1-1-1.
But one thing you can see that you can take away from watching these very talented players serve is that they serve big, and they're looking to gain an advantage on the serve, primarily by making it deep. And they're okay if they miss one here and there, because if you're not taking that chance, you're not setting up the opportunities for your third shot, which is very different than a mindset that many people may have, especially when you're starting with just get it in, which is fine when you're newer, but obviously these players are looking for every advantage they can get.
What a set of gets from Kristen, and then Troy goes to the left hand, and before Ariana said, all right, I've had enough of this.
Yeah, some great defense by the Clemmers. Sarah was able to rise up with that first overhead, and then setting up Rodriguez for the overhead put away.
Sarah speeding things up on Kristen Clemmer. Ended up getting what he wanted.
Yeah, and you could see there with his two-handed backhand speed up, he kind of held it in a way that looked like he may have been attacking straight ahead, and then changed his paddle angle so that he went a little more on the inside to Kristen's left hip, causing a little bit of deception.
Similar thing there, and he actually survived the counter very well and was able to finish that off. That's the 5th or 6th one of those that we've seen missed there.
Yeah, and they're not.
4-2-1.
They're small misses, right? That ball's hitting the top of the tape, and you know, on another day or outside with a little bit of wind, could easily be over. Just slight mishits.
I'm telling you, the slice forehand dinks from Rodriguez are pretty much dominating this match.
5-2-1.
And now maybe, you know, I mean, Rodriguez is in her bag right there. Just teed off through the middle on that one. If you're Kristen and Troy, do you think about just going the opposite direction just to try it, just to get Kristen off the right side for a minute?
Well, they had been doing it.
Right.
They had not been unwinding when Kristen was receiving, and unless I missed it, I think they're sticking with that strategy. But to your point, doing a full non-unwind perhaps when they're receiving?
Yeah.
Just to give a different look?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, we'll do that, when we're playing, we'll do that all the time in that sometimes you just say, hey, I'm going to put you on the other side just to give a different look, mix it up. Less common to make that adjustment in mixed. Usually you might see it if unwinding is getting you in trouble on the other team's third. I don't think that's the issue here.
No.
But to your point, yeah, it never hurts to just mix it up, try it. But at the same time, plumbers have been playing together so long. They know each other's games so well. They're talking right now. They're making adjustments. Probably more complex than what we're thinking.
I am certain it's more complex than what we're thinking, but you know, sometimes it's the simple observations that we see.
I'm sorry, you're over here. Sorry about that.
A little mix up with the side we're serving from there. Oscar laughing at himself there a little bit, throwing out an oh my God, because that's, you just don't see thirds really miss like that very often. And there again, I mean, that has seemingly been the strategy. And, you have to give Ariana Rodriguez a lot of credit because she's been able to execute this because she's keeping those slice forehands in a place where Kristen has to take the ball out of the air. And then Sarah's just basically waiting to poach.
Yeah, I don't mind that shot. I actually
agree.
I think it was an appropriate shot. She just didn't get quite the top spin that Ariana didn't get quite the top spin that she wanted to, and sailed about a foot out.
Short people problems, We see one there. Mikhail Volbeck would not have had that problem on that shot. I'll tell you right now.
I think Troy thought Kristen may have was going to step in and take that ball. A rare miscommunication by the Clemmers.
Side out. Eight, 2, 1.
Boy, never thought you'd see Ariana Rodriguez in full reset mode. I mean, it's just so atypical for how they want to play the game mostly, but obviously so much strategy involved and it paid off there.
Yeah, again, respect that she had for her opponents. In that she just a lot of patience, put it that way. A lot of patience, a lot of discipline, because she could have attacked those balls, but I don't think it would have been advantageous.
Because, I mean, Kristen and Troy want them to attack that ball from the transition zone, for sure. And there you just see Troy calmly putting the ball away as Oscar was seeking that shake and bake.
Yeah, and Rodriguez's drive wasn't bad. I think Clemmer just saw it the whole way. He saw where Oscar was.
Try that.
He was able to put it behind him. Little unlucky shot off the net there.
Oscar doesn't want to watch as he puts his shirt over his face.
2-10-1.
Little, almost some deja vu of the resets
Yeah.
we just saw. It seems like they've made up their mind there, right? We're not going to attack transition zone. Going to stay true to the reset, get our way in, and then beat them. Not this time, but try to beat the Clemmers at the non-volley zone.
Gotta wonder if at some point Kristen's gonna just maybe inside out forehand that dink and go back over to Oscar's backhand. It's hard. It's hard.
It's hard because if you're wrong, he has such a good two-handed backhand that it doesn't end well.
And I'm not talking about, I'm saying just a dink over there, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's like her and Ariana have been playing this game of, you know, Kristen has to hit that topspin forehand, you know, back over to the cut forehand, back over to the back, you know, but that's what the right shot is now. And there you go. It's almost like maybe I was talking a little too loud, or there you go, inside out forehand, then up the line. And
yep, she had a little bit of height, and rather than attacking the middle, went to the open space. Sarah saw that
just the
whole
entire way. The entire way.
All smiles from Troy.
So there you go. And just like yesterday, in both open divisions, there will be a third game that'll decide the whole shebang. 1-15 coming up as Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez took the first two matches out of the back draw. And it will force a winner-take-all game for the gold here in the mixed open division of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. We'll be back with that right after this.
mixed doubles. Gold medal match, tiebreaker game 15. On my left, I have Rodriguez and Sarah serving the Clemmer and Clemmer. 1 game to 15, change ends at 8. Time is
Welcome back,
0-0-2.
everybody, to the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. This one, Mr. Suggs, is for all the marbles, as they say.
Winner take all, game 215. The champion will leave with the gold medal, and the losing team will take home silver.
Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez coming back and fighting through the back draw, taking the first 2 games of this gold medal match from Kristen and Troy Clemmer, forcing this 1 game to 15. Unlucky there for Serra. And that was probably a little
1-0-2.
he went a little sooner there than he had at all in the previous 2 matches, I think, there.
Yeah, a little ambitious, but again, a matter of inches.
Great job of speeding up and resetting from both sides.
Yeah, and we've seen Ariana change her approach where, generally speaking, when she is straight across from Troy, she is going to more of a reset as opposed to a counter. Troy has shown, obviously, as we know, his hands are extremely good.
Right out.
That adjustment seems to have benefited Serra and Rodriguez.
No doubt.
0-2-1.
Well, there you go. And that was more of what I was alluding to in the previous match of when might she step back and just play the ball, you know, in the kitchen to Sarah's backhand as opposed to just going back and forth with Ariana. Initial miscommunication there between Serra and Rodriguez, but Oscar said, doesn't really matter. I got it.
Yeah, the ball originally came a little high off Oscar's paddle, and he welcomed the firefight. And
wow, that's about as dominating a 2-point stretch as Oscar's had all day long. That was impressive.
0-2-1.
Oscar is joking with us in between matches as he's chuckling with Eric because he'd come over and said, man, I would rather pop a ball up than be as inconsistent as I have been on my drops.
Which, by the way, he probably missed 2 in the last games. But, yeah, he said he'd rather pop up a dink than to miss a drop into the net. But I think that drop from 2 points ago is the best you could ask for, net straight to the ground.
No doubt about it. Great get from Rodriguez.
Side out.
Feels like Serra there just tried to really force it back over to Troy when he got pulled off the kitchen line there to go get that lob.
yeah, he felt Troy was still a little out of position, so it looked like Serra tried to keep his foot on the pedal. It may have been slightly too ambitious.
That was, you talk about the violent hands that we were talking about the last couple matches.
Yeah, you see there his shot. It's not a big backswing, right? He's reaching out, hitting the ball in front, and just getting that snap of his wrist as he does that acceleration, a bit of a one-hand punch to just give the ball so much topspin, so much pace. As we find ourselves back into the all-too-familiar cross-court dinking between the ladies, has been a core feature of this battle today.
And again, Rodriguez kind of lulled Kristen Clemmer to sleep a little bit, and she didn't cover maybe as much as she had been, and Ariana took advantage through the middle.
The ability of Troy there to recognize, to just take a little bit of pace off,
Yep.
keep it at the feet. He knew his opponents were backing up off balance, not doing too much, and certainly doing just enough.
It was the pace was exactly what I was thinking, so I'm glad you said it.
Because you also, when you're under fire there, you expect a fast ball. And most times he probably would hit a fast ball. But that change of pace can throw off the timing of who you're hitting the ball at. As Rodriguez gets a little unlucky with a strong two-handed backhand that just happens to put the net go to bounce.
Now, it's amazing what the 10-minute break will do for you. You know, and we've made quite a lot of her hitting that full cut forehand. As again, Oscar is showing off his power there. Ariana's not hitting it with nearly the confidence that she was in the first two games. It's been floating a little bit so far in the early going of this one. So we'll see, you know, if Kristen ends up being able to attack it a little bit more, because she almost was not able to at all in those first two games. Pretty much everyone has mirrored these last three balls.
Yeah, these we've had quality dinks between the ladies there, and looks like that lob went just long.
That's an interesting decision there too, because I think that she was getting everything that she wanted out of that dink battle again. What a shot from Troy, and you see Kristen fired up for him.
4-1-2.
That drip shot, whatever you want to call it, you know, new school third, or whatever anybody's calling it, is such an effective shot.
And Keith, just for those who don't know, what would you say? The new school third, the drip, what is that?
Somewhere between a drive and a drop, and you see Kristen there again getting aggressive and taking advantage. It's, you know, not quite that floaty drop where we're hoping, you know, it lands in the kitchen and we just make it there in one shot. It's certainly not the drive that we think might come back with all that pace to us. It's something between it and can be so effective because you can hit to a pretty decent angle. And if your opponents are not, you know, quite on the ball, can get to a winner. Speaking of winners,
the reset clinic by Miss Rodriguez there.
Unbelievable. That one just staying in.
Yeah, you could see Oscar was hopeful it was going to go out, and he stuck with it though.
Oh, unlucky again.
Oscar, you can tell the frustration there. He had the ball up, dumped it in the net. He is human, just like the rest of us.
Pretty likable guy. Commanding early lead for the Clemmers. A fantastic return there from Oscar Serra. But Troy, there you go again, Suggs.
Fundamentals, moving up to the net, makes it look easy. Driving to drop.
And there it is. Ariana had gone back to that topspin forehand dink, and Kristen looks like she's much more comfortable fielding that.
7-1-1. Second serve.
Ariana went to the two-hander there and got a little bit of a smile eventually from Troy as he got chicken winged there.
Yeah, it was up high, didn't get him in the face, but certainly not what Rodriguez intended, but she'll take the point.
Side out.
And a little long on that one from Troy.
1-7-1.
That's a heck of a return. Something different from Troy Clemmer. He's so good at that, just kind of keeping the opponents on their toes.
We're back to the cross-court dinking, waiting. Who will change it up? who will pull the trigger.
Great job from Sarah to fight off that speed up from Kristen Klemmer. And it's Rodriguez who blinks first, and Kristen Klemmer takes advantage through the middle.
Different dynamic. We have Kristen on the left here.
Side out.
Troy speeding up at Oscar Serra, and I don't think he expected that.
I don't know where that hit on his paddle. I thought he was there, and it looked like it almost hit the side, or
yeah, it was weird.
I don't know, because it came off odd.
Point. Timeout. Change ends. 8-1-1. 1 minute.
Now, the difficulty, of course, is Sarah and Rodriguez coming off 2 victories against the Klemmers in a row. They're a very tough team to beat 3 times in a row.
Yep.
So now they find themselves down 8-1 here. What do you think, Keith?
What I'm thinking is it's almost as though there's like 1 tick of a standard deviation where they're not being as aggressive, and I don't mean with shot selection. I just mean like the way that they approached the first 2 games that they won, very similar to what the approach has been here, but the dinks haven't been as crisp. Maybe we're going for a little less play. The perception I have in watching it is there's maybe 1 little bit more of we're playing not to miss as opposed to we're playing to dictate a shot, and maybe that's a timeout in the changeover that isn't the Apple Danish changeover that we go in and say, hey, by the way, we're pretty freaking good at this, and let's just go get it, as opposed to maybe hoping they make some mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looked like Sarah thought Rodriguez was going to step in with the 2-y there, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, and it looked like because Sarah's initial attack was a strong 2-handed backhand, but Troy was able to close in on it, which may have caught both of them by surprise a bit.
Oh, can Troy get any calmer? I don't, good Lord.
Can we go check his heart rate and blood pressure right now? It might be 55 beats per minute.
Oh my God.
110 over 70.
It was like, that pretty much was like he was reading a storybook. He's like, okay, I'm going to do this, and that's what's going to happen. It's going to come back, and then I'm going to do this next thing, and the point's going to be over. Boy, impressive from Troy Klemmer, but what else have we seen from him in pretty much the last 2 years? So that, right? It's not like this is a change. This is who he is.
No, not a surprise.
Pretty impressive from the Klemmers after, they got pretty much handled in those previous 2 games, and to now come out and to be, as dominant as they've been pretty much the entire rest of the day, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that it's 10-1.
No, but that is their MO, modus operandi, if you will.
I will.
That they losing 2 games, that doesn't rattle them. They have their game plan. They have their chemistry, and they rely on their years of experience playing together and vast knowledge of pickleball. Yeah, and it's just been the last 2 games we saw so many crisp dinks from Rodriguez, and here the difference is 90% of them are still great and crisp. There's just been a couple of the unforced errors.
Yep. That's a rarity there that you see a ball kind of go through Troy a little bit and him not be able to get a paddle on it.
He looked like he had the same hole in his paddle that I have in my paddle.
Oh boy, Troy able to get them back in this point. That's unbelievable.
Hold on. So not only hats off to Troy on the get, on Kristen's get, not only the get itself was amazing. As she slides in the kitchen, she's cognizant enough to avoid touching the net. And I saw the referee staring right at her, thinking that it was going to happen because I did.
Fantastic play overall from Kristen and Troy Clemmer. Good job to show the Ernie again, ensuring that that ball gets played over to her husband. And a fantastic miss, as we all have all had there from Kristen as that ball went long. Sarah and Rodriguez just asking the question, hey, did you touch that? Well, that's an unbelievable, oh my goodness gracious.
That get by Troy.
That was unbelievable. And the way that Kristen was able to manipulate her wrist to reset the ball before that was just as impressive. And that one goes long. Boy, when it rains, it pours, right? I mean, we've all been a part of pickleball games like this.
It's a game of runs. Once things start working for you, you stick with them until your opponent can figure it out. And it just seems now Sarah and Rodriguez are making some uncharacteristic errors.
Match point here for the Clemmers. Troy is feeling himself right now. Like just watching the confidence with which he's hitting the ball, and there it is. And that was just a fantastic display of pickleball from Kristen and Troy Clemmer to come back and win the gold medal of the mixed open here as they get a hand from the crowd. That was, in a word, awesome.
And if you look at the full body of work on the day, between the two matches as well as the gold medal final game, it was 3-3 on the day.
It was.
Right? But just the way that it shook out, and obviously that last game is winner takes all. Clemmers were able to win the one that mattered.
And, you can't understate the amount of experience that, again, we alluded to earlier in the day, but that they have overall and have together, where, like, how many, partners after losing those first two games of that gold medal match would have on some level panicked or said, oh my God, what are we going to do and change?
Or how about get mad at your partner?
Right. Yeah. We're not doing that either here.
You don't see any of that.
Now I don't know Kristen and Troy, like, other than to know that I see them all the time and they're very good at pickleball, but I'm not friends with them. It's a quite frankly, I think, having seen many partnerships where it is a domestic partnership and a pickleball partnership where it just goes terribly wrong, it speaks to the strength of their relationship as humans as much as it does on the pickleball court.
Absolutely. And what's amazing now is that we have an empty pickleball court. You and I continue to talk, and you got to wonder, is anyone out there still listening?
Absolutely not. But I will say this.
How many?
70 people.
There's
70 idiots out there. I love all of you. You're all not idiots, but, who the hell knows?
You got to wonder, who would keep listening to us without the pickleball on the screen now? I question their judgment. Although I guess we do have more matches coming, but I'm not sure if you and I are hanging around.
No, I'm definitely not. I was going to say that this was fun, and let's do it again, maybe. But we gotta renegotiate our contract.
Well, you weren't even supposed to be here.
Nope.
You just showed up.
Totally.
And took the
hijacked
headset.
Hijacked it.
Better to than asking for this.
I do.
My brain's not working.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right.
A fantastic set of matches in the open division of the Mercer Bucks Spring Classic. This has been a lot of fun. Kristen and Troy Clemmer dominate the winner-take-all game to 15-1 over Oscar Serra and Ariana Rodriguez. And Suggs, I would love to say that it's going to be a while till I see you, but I'm probably going to see you tomorrow. So,
probably right.
I love it. For Eric Suggs, I'm Keith Glock. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
All right, this ends our stream today. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to be a part of a really good tournament, Mercer Bucks has their spring and fall classics pretty much every year now. So sign up early. This one seemed like everybody waited to the last second, but be on the lookout for it. I believe it'll be in October of this year. All right, thanks again for tuning in. And thank you, Eric.